and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
To give you everything you need to know.
When you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review
from September 14, 2023, when he was lawfully sworn in by a Superior Court judge. All right, I'll hear your next motion.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. If I could just perfect the record a little bit regarding that, I'm not asking that he be disqualified at this point. Because
he was qualified at the time he argued the 404. You had actual notice. We were here for the motion to disqualify Mr. Delfont, and you withdrew it. You had filed it on the erroneous grounds that the state was paying Mr. Delfont, and you announced in court that you now understand that the county was paying Mr. Delfont, and that you withdrew it orally. So you had actual notice on that date before the 404 was argued.
Right, and that's not an issue. However, the issue is that at the time the motions were argued, Georgia law had not been complied with, and that the oath was filed. So if the court's still denying it, that's fine. I just want to perfect the record that that's my argument.
There's no time frame on the time that it should be filed, and your argument was as to notice, that your defendant did not have proper notice. And I said you had actual notice, and you said, yes, I did.
Right. I don't know if it would make a difference, but my argument is that at the time that the motions were argued, legally, it was not perfected that he was a special prosecutor at that time.
Okay. I'm denying your order.
Okay.
I mean, denying your motion.
Okay.
Mr. Melvin, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Also, Your Honor, before we get started, the people in the front row have to be court personnel, but I am asking if my investigator could sit behind me in case I need something, as opposed to him having to get up or come to the side where my client is.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Any problem with that with the state?
No.
No, I'm fine with that. Again, he's subject to, ma'am, you can't come in.
So, Your Honor, I wanted to get some clarification, I guess either from the state and you, regarding on the 404. There is a young lady in Snellville that the court did allow that in. I anticipate the state is going to show a video of Mr. Miles with a door. However, in reviewing some of her initial statements, not only to the press, but also in discovery, she alleges that Mr. Bryan is the one that kicked in her door before that in March. And I just want to make sure that that is not brought to the jury's attention, because there's absolutely no proof of that. He's never been charged with that. And I think that that would be improper. It should have been a separate 404B before the court.
If I recall, the only argument that the state had at the time was that a burglary happened shortly after she reacquainted with the defendant on Facebook. Am I correct, Mr. Delfont?
Yes, Your Honor. You are to bring fully the facts.
Okay. The rule in my court is you cannot come in or out, period. And I've announced that rule. It's in writing. Bob, no one. I don't care if they're a judge. I don't care if they're a member of a judge's staff. They are not allowed in. That's the court rule. It's being issued in writing. And I announced it on the record. My bailiffs control this courtroom for me. And I said, when you tried to get in, ma'am, you can't come in, and you pushed your way through. And all cell phones will be off. All cell phones will be off. Go ahead, Mr. Delfont. I'm getting, this has been 2 days of inappropriate court behavior, and I want to warn everyone in the court, including members of the judiciary, including members of the DA's office, that my contempt powers are just as effective on the members of those people as anyone else. Go ahead.
In that regard, Judge, I'll mention that I asked Mr. Melvin to disseminate your orders to the DA's office.
Thank you.
So that should be already done.
And well, that was on the press, and the order on the public will be hopefully in the clerk's file. We have not seen the order that Ms. Drake and you talked about earlier. That's the dated June 25th. Because it's not in the record now, it must have been hand filed. So I cannot control the clerk's office when things get filed, even though my office is calling them and asking them to put it in the record.
I understand, Judge. I meant your order about exclusion from the courtroom.
Right.
That has been disseminated to the state.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as it relates to the witness, specifically Ms. Drake is referencing Ms. Bates, who was a subject of the 404B motion the state filed. The allegation that we made was that the defendant came to her door uninvited and attempted to break into her apartment.
Right.
That is captured on Ring video cameras on 2 different occasions, once on October 15th, although I think on that occasion he did not attempt to break in, but rather knocked, and then again on December, I want to say 11th of 2022, approximately. It could be the 10th or the 12th, I think it's around that date. When Ms. Bates was interviewed by the Gwinnett County Police Department, she told them that she had, her home had previously been forcefully entered and burglarized some months before October. I believe it was March of 2022. She also stated that she believed, although had no evidence of, that it was the defendant who had done so. That being said, when the defendant was arrested and interviewed by Detective Carter asked him about that specific incident, about Ms. Bates in general, and about going to the door and attempting to forcefully enter the door in December of 2022. Mr. Bryant at that time told Detective Carter the reason he had done so was to perform a wellness check or a safety check on her because her apartment had previously been forcefully entered and burglarized, and he knew of it. Ms. Bates, I think if asked, would genuinely say she has no evidence of it, but suspected him of it. And then he also brings it up in his interview. To the extent that Ms. Drake wants to ask and inquire of Ms. Bates, that's what I believe her testimony to be. Is that. But I think it's a full set of facts, as candid as I can be to the court about that issue.
And that's fine, as long as she doesn't say that he tried to break into my apartment on that March day. And lastly, Your Honor, and this Life 360 that the court has heard a lot about and that we have discussed, I anticipate, and the state can correct me if I'm wrong, that they are going to try to get in a photograph that a person took from accessing the app. My position is that, like all other phone records, we've gotten tons of business record exceptions, the affidavits, that should fall under a business record exception as well. It's not a photograph of a tree or a crime scene. It is actually it is a picture that is as a result of a computer program running on a third party's phone. So it's different levels of hearsay. It could come in under the business records exception, but we do not have that yet. I have tons of cases where stuff comes in talking about computer printouts. The only time you don't need a business record exception is like GCIC reports. There is a little bit of a foundation. It has to be from a terminal with someone who's qualified to run it. but that is the only statutory exception to allow in something like that. And they're wanting to put that in to allege the truth of what that program represents, which belongs to Life 360, just like phone logs, all of that. We've gotten business record exceptions on all of those, but we do not have this. And I think introducing a picture and say this is absolutely true without verification from Life 360, that it is a business record, this is how we kept it, maybe even how it works, because there are limitations on a Life 360. You have to be going a certain speed, your battery has to have a certain percentage for it to work, and it can mess up. On their website, there are instances where they say, if you get a message, please respond so that we can continue to fix the algorithm. So this is something that possibly could have been manipulated at that time, not by the state or the state's witnesses, but there could have been something going on at the Life 360. And without there being a business record showing that this is true and accurate of what Life 360 would have shown for her at that particular time, I think it is error to bring that in, and I would ask that it be kept out at this time and not referred to in opening.
So you're essentially making a motion in limine to exclude this.
Yes.
You were required to file all motions on a certain date, Ms. Drake. I'd like you to address that before I give Mr. Delfunk a chance to.
This is not a motion to suppress or illegally obtained evidence or anything like that. This is a motion in limine which can be raised at any point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't think I would have the same objection at trial to foundation. I could have just waited and objected to it at trial. However, he's going to refer to it in his opening, and I think that's going to cause a lot of prejudice. So that's why I'm raising it now as opposed to just objecting whenever it's tendered at trial.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I believe what Ms. Drake is arguing is that the videos, and I detect two separate arguments. One of which is that the videos constitute inadmissible hearsay, and that there is not a declarant or somebody to testify about them, which would make the business records exception in 248803, that is an exception to the hearsay rule. So we could admit screenshots and records from Life 360 without a witness if we used a business record certification, if the records constituted hearsay. That is the law.
Right.
What Ms. Drake is saying is that she never received a business record certification, and because of that, we cannot admit them. I assume, but she did not say, that means she is arguing they are inadmissible hearsay. On that ground, I do not believe that is accurate. Specifically, we have a witness. So Life 360 works where different people can download the application on their phone, and you can share your location and other information with whom you choose in your family or friend group. In this case, the victim, Susana Morales, had Life 360 on her phone. She shared that location and had another person's location shared with her with a witness, Kaya Jones, who is our third witness that we intend to call today. Kaya and her were both on the Life 360 application and on a regular day-to-day basis viewed and shared each other's locations via the Life 360 application. Ms. Jones intends to testify about the authenticity of those Life 360 screenshots. She was monitoring them the night that Ms. Morales disappeared and took screenshots of the Life 360 screenshots she had and then ended up sending those to multiple other people, including Susana's sister, Jasmine Morales, also to her other friends as well as Miranda Castillo and others, to inform them that something had happened, right? So Ms. Jones will testify about those Life 360 applications, those screenshots. She was live monitoring them when it happened and took screenshots of them. She is a qualified witness in order to testify about those. It's just the same as any other mobile application where a user has their information stored on it. If Ms. Drake's argument is to be given any weight, every single electronic record in anyone's phone for any of their information would be inadmissible as hearsay, and that's not the law. Ms. Jones can testify to the authenticity of the records. That's the extent that I believe her argument is hearsay and inadmissible. She is also arguing what I am detecting as some form of maybe issues with the veracity of the records, right? Are they truthful? Are they accurate? Can they be subject to manipulation? And perhaps that is some challenge as to maybe potential expert testimony about it. Although we do not intend to present expert testimony about it, Detective Carter is available and willing to testify about the specifics of Life 360 and how it works. She is aware of all of the technical features that Ms. Drake brought up. In that regard, that is an evidentiary motion that would have been required to be filed by the court's deadline. One, I believe it's untimely and shouldn't be considered by the court. But otherwise, even if it is considered by the court, any issues that Ms. Drake may have with the technological features or aspects of Life 360 go to weight, not admissibility. Certainly, I think she intends to and is permitted to ask and inquire of witnesses of any issues that Life 360 may present in terms of accuracy or level of veracity of those records. But for that basis, I believe the court should deny her motion because it wasn't timely filed, and even if it considers it, I believe that her argument goes to weight, not the admissibility of those records.
Your Honor, if I may just very briefly, one, it is hearsay because it is a statement being made by Life 360. It is also basically akin to a computer printout. And under the law, computer printouts, which this is akin to, have to fall under the business record exception. Otherwise, we would just have people getting phone data, taking a picture of it, and saying, this is what I received. There has to be some way to get that in. Now, she could testify that she got an alert without going into specifically what it is, but it is Life 360 that has to authenticate this statement in this computer printout. And I have case law about the computer printout if the court needs it. But I think it's very clear.
Do you have anything on point?
Not with Life 360.
Or with this type of technology? I'm not talking about a computer printout. With this type of technology?
Well, the state provided us with Snapchat, a bunch of other business records that they have got to introduce. This is the one thing that they did not provide a business record exception for.
May I add one additional thing?
Certainly.
Different than what I said before. In addition to if the court found that there was a hearsay issue with these records, which I argue against, we are, when this happened, Ms. Jones sent these screenshots to the sister of the victim and to others, who then used those screenshots to go and look for Ms. Morales. To the exact locations, they used them, they've canvassed for days, weeks, and months based off of these screenshots. So to any extent that the court found or believed that they could be hearsay, they're also being tendered for a non-hearsay purpose, which is to describe specifically why and where these people went and looked for Ms. Morales' remains. And that was an addition I neglected to mention.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I could see how the state could present that evidence, but they're wanting to say Life 360 says there was a crash. That is what they're trying to do by tendering that. And at this point, that is hearsay
because it's not a business record exception. So the picture, they're tendering it and basically saying Life 360 says there was a crash at this location.
Any other further motions?
No.
Okay, I'm going to step off the bench for 10 minutes. I will be back at 10:05. I'm sorry?
May we just approach very quickly?
Certainly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when the attorneys approach, you're still under, you can't talk, you can't get on your cell phone. I'm now going to step off the bench and I will be back at 10:10. If you're not in your seats, when I come back on the bench, you cannot come in the courtroom.
plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world.
Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
It's a wonderful.
Not attend that meeting. Let me just see how we proceed. I'm concerned about timing.
I'm ready.
All right, Patty, if you will bring the jurors in.
Your Honor, while they're still gathering the jury, my investigator needs to use his phone.
Okay.
And I just wanted to make sure that that was...
That's okay. He's part of your team.
Thank you.
Does the same ruling go for a member of the state staff that might need to arrange for things?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, come on in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. One of the things I was going to tell you about are that sometimes we have legal issues. When I was going to bring you in, swear you in, and then tell you about this. Sometimes we have legal issues that we have to take up outside of your presence. You encountered that this morning. I want to tell you I appreciate you all being on time and being ready to start at 9. And I assure you we were working from 9 until we just got you in, but we just had some legal issues that had to be resolved before you came out. I'm now going to swear you in as the selected jury panel. If you will all stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that you shall well and truly try each cause submitted to you during the present term and a true verdict give according to the laws as I give you in the jury charges and the opinion you entertain of the evidence produced to you to the best of your skill and knowledge without favor or affection to either party, provided you are not discharged
from the consideration of the case submitted? If so, please say, I swear. Thank you very much. Please be seated. I want you to be very comfortable. I want you to understand that if you need any kind of a break for any reason, if you will catch my eye, I will be watching for any kind of signal. The bailiffs will be watching for any kind of signal, and we will stop immediately. My number one priority is that you are able to hear everything, see everything that goes on in this courtroom to give a fair trial to both sides. I told you yesterday that you could bring drinks in, just have a cap on them. If you feel you need to just stand up because you need to stretch your legs, you can do that at any time. I have given court orders that know that you will not be filmed. And so you can be assured that although there are cameras in this courtroom, you will not be filmed. No one is taking still pictures. That is prohibited by court order, and so there's only a videographer, but he will not film you. I'm going to now ask my bailiffs to pass out notepads and pens. And then I'm going to give you some instructions about the notes. Now I want you to write your name on the very first page of the notepad. And then turn that page over, because I want you to begin taking notes on the second page. You will always leave your notepads at the end, on breaks or when you adjourn for the evening in the courtroom. No one will see them. At the end of this trial, they will be shredded. That way, if you just have the cover on with your name, the bailiffs will know which pad goes to which person. You may take notes if you wish, but again, I want you to start on that second page if you wish to take notes. If you take notes, please do not let your note-taking distract you from paying attention to your full attention to the evidence and the witnesses. This is a witness stand where someone will be testifying. I imagine there will be some videos here, and just make sure that you're not distracted. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of this case. Your notes are not evidence, they are only memory aids. Your notes are not more important than your own impressions or your own memory of what the evidence may have been. While you may consider another juror's notes in deliberations to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own memory of these proceedings. Don't be influenced in deliberation at the end of this trial by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection and memory. You will not be receiving a transcript of any witness's testimony. So you must remember, in the best way that works for you, what they say on the witness stand. As you've kind of already figured out, your jury conference room is next to my office, so you may see me passing you. I try to have very limited conversations with you. This morning I saw you in the hall and I said, we're going to be a few minutes. You will find that you'll see me and you'll go by my office.
I want to just let you know up front, technology sometimes is not our friend. I expect there to be a good bit of technological, probably videos in this trial, and sometimes they freeze. Sometimes we have to get IT here. Please be patient with us. With that, I want to just tell you give you a preliminary charge about evidence. Before we start the trial, I'm going to cover some basic principles of criminal law. I'm going to also explain my role, your role, the lawyer's role. Finally, before we start the trial, I'm going to give you a little bit of procedure. Many of you have not been on a jury, so this may help you understand how this trial proceeds and what is expected of you during this trial. You've been selected and sworn to trial the criminal case of State of Georgia versus Miles Bryant. The Gwinnett grand jury has charged him with I'm looking for my indictment. One count of malice murder, one count of felony murder, the underlying felony being kidnapping with bodily injury, criminal attempt to commit rape, and a false report of a crime. The defendant has pled not guilty. He denies each and every of the 5 charges. The defendant is presumed innocent until he's proven guilty. The defendant begins this trial with a preponderance of innocence in his favor, and this presumption stays with him and cloaks him until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. You may not convict the defendant of any crimes unless each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state to prove every essential element of the crimes charged in this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove his innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror who is honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based on common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it's a doubt for which you can give a reason based on a consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combinations of these. After considering all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you must find the defendant not guilty. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your minds about the defendant's guilt, then you may convict the defendant. If the state does not prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, your duty would be to find the defendant not guilty. My role is to determine the law that applies in this case. Then I will instruct you on the law that you must apply to the facts reaching a verdict. I'm giving you some of those instructions now, and I will give you much more detailed instructions at the end of this trial. The jury has a very important role. You must decide what are the facts of this case from the evidence presented, and then apply the law I give you to those facts. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproven. Evidence can be their testimony here on the witness stand or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people who take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. However, the questions that the lawyers ask, either the prosecutors or the defense attorneys, are not, that they ask the witnesses, they are not evidence. Exhibits are documents, photographs, and other physical evidence or items that may be admitted during trial. The object of this trial is to discover the truth. During the trial, I will be asked to admit evidence according to the rules of evidence, the law that I am required to follow. Those rules are designated to aid in discovering the truth by making sure you consider only the best and the highest evidence. The lawyers are each advocates for their clients, and they have a duty to represent their clients to the best of their ability. They must follow the rules of law, trial procedure, and evidence during the trial. They may make motions or objections if they believe that any rule is not being followed. What the lawyers say in making or responding to objections is not evidence. I will admit or I will exclude evidence according to the rules that I have to apply. If the lawyers make an objection and I overrule it, that means the evidence is admitted and you may consider it. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection by one of the lawyers, this means the evidence is excluded from the trial and you may not consider it. You should consider only that testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about evidence which I have excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from this trial, you must disregard it entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. None of my decisions and nothing I say during this trial are evidence. My decisions and remarks do not mean that I favor or lean to one side or another in this case. I am only interested in seeing that this case is tried fairly based on the laws of the Constitution of the State of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. This is what I was going to tell you. Sometimes I may need to deal with the lawyers outside your presence, and sometimes it gets very frustrating. Sometimes you'll come in, I'll have to deal with something outside your presence, you'll have to go out. Then you may come back in again, and something else may happen 10 minutes later that I have to send you out. That's not the lawyer's fault, that's certainly not the state's fault, it's not the defendant's fault, and it's not my fault. It's the way that we are required to run a trial. I'm required to run a trial in a certain way. The trial proceeds as following. First, the attorneys may give what are called opening statements. No attorney and neither side is required to make an opening statement. Opening statements are not evidence. They are simply an introduction to the evidence, a preview or an outline of the expected evidence. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof. Second, we will begin the process of evidence being presented in this trial. Third, the attorneys may give closing arguments or summations. They may discuss the law that applies to this case and how you should consider the law in light of the evidence. They may also point out evidence they believe supports their position. What the lawyers say in closing arguments is also not evidence. The goal of a closing argument is to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Fourth, I will then explain the specific law that applies to this case. You will have copies of those laws to go back with you in the jury room so that you can read them if you need to. I will then ask you to go to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. It is important that you pay very close attention during this trial. If at any time you cannot hear or see any evidence, you need to let me know or one of my bailiffs know. We will do whatever is needed to make sure that you can hear and see the evidence and give it your undivided attention. You should consider the evidence with an open mind. You should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is completely over. Do not jump to conclusions before all the evidence is presented. At this time, if the parties choose to make opening statements, we'll begin this trial. Does the state wish to make an opening statement? All right.
Before I begin, I was just noticing that there's an empty juror seat
There is.
on the far end, and perhaps scooted down too far. Do we want to readjust now, or is it?
If these chairs are probably more comfortable, so if one of you wants to take the cushiony chair, and sir, you can come out, WSP, yeah, I'm going to ask you to move your camera. You can come out of the well, ma'am, and you can go right this way. That's probably the easiest way, and you're not being filmed. Thank you. It was, we got out of here late, out on the chairs, so thank you for your patience. All right, Mr. Delphine.
Thank you, Your Honor. He was supposed to serve and protect. Worked as a police officer for the City of Doraville Police Department. Also a member actively of the United States military and the National Guard. And he took an oath to serve. And he took an oath to protect. He took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Georgia. He took an oath to uphold all of the laws. He is one of the people that we should trust to enforce the law. Somebody we should hold to a higher standard because of his role in enforcing the law. But he didn't do any of those things. Instead, he abused the law. And he used his badge and he used his position to satisfy his own sexual desires. He is a cop who turned into a killer. His victim, 16-year-old Susana Morales. Susana was in high school. This is her at her quinceañera, her 15th birthday. Not long after this, her life was taken and snuffed out by the defendant. He was supposed to serve and protect his community. He served as a courtesy officer for the Sterling Glen Apartments. He lived in Gwinnett County in Norcross, in the Sterling Glen Apartments, and worked in the city of Doraville as a police officer. But while there at the apartment complex, he was a courtesy officer, which you'll hear is very common in apartment complexes and neighborhoods where police officers will serve to help protect, help police the area, to make sure that nothing bad is happening at the apartment complexes. Not only did he have an obligation to the citizens of the state of Georgia and the city of Doraville, the United States military, he took on the obligation of being a courtesy officer at the Sterling Glen Apartments, where he was supposed to serve. He was supposed to protect. You'll hear from police officers, you're never off duty. You're never not supposed to follow the law and uphold the law. But instead of doing that, at the Sterling Glen Apartments, he abused his power. And Susana Morales, on the night of July 26, 2022, her precious life ended because of the defendant's desire to satisfy his own sexual desires. July 26th of 2022 for Susana was the last day she breathed a breath on this planet. That day, you'll hear that she lived right behind the Sterling Glen Apartments. This is the entrance to the Sterling Glen Apartments on Indian Trail Road. We talked about the intersection there at Singleton Road and Indian Trail Road. Sterling Glen Apartments are located right here at that intersection of Indian Trail and Singleton Road. You were going to hear that the defendant lived in this building back here on the back side of the property. And Susana lived on a road right behind here. Susana had friends that lived in the Sterling Glen apartments. You're going to hear from them, hopefully today. You're going to hear from her friend Kelly and her friend Alyssa. They lived at the Sterling Glen apartments in different apartment buildings near the defendant. And on that night, July 26, 2022, Susana told her mother that she was going to go hang out at her friend's house. Asked her mom. She told her mom she was going to hang out at her friend Rose's house. Rose is, her name is Esmeralda Castillo, but she goes by the name Rose. Her mom knew Rose, knew her family, and agreed to let Susana go. But like many teenagers, Susana wasn't being truthful with her mom about where she was going. She wasn't going to Rose's house, and you'll hear Rose lives just across Singleton Road. Within a 5-minute walk from Susana's house. So her mom, Susana's mom, let her walk to Rose's house. But she didn't go to Rose's house. She went over to the Sterling Glen apartments, where she spent time with her friends Kelly and Alyssa. You'll see some photographs from that night. You'll hear from them about what happened that night with her friends. They sat out on Alyssa's doorstep, listening to music. They smoked marijuana together. They spent the evening together. And had a great night. Nothing happened. There were no issues. They were having fun. And then Susana decided needed to leave at around 10 p.m. And you'll hear from Kelly that Kelly walked her from her apartment, or from Alyssa's apartment. Alyssa Marvin lives right here in this building. And Alyssa Kelly and Alyssa and Susana were here in this building, and Kelly walked with Susana to the exit up here on Singleton Road. Right here, there's an exit from the apartment complex on Singleton Road. And you'll hear that Kelly walked her to that exit, said goodbye to her around 10 p.m., and watched as Susana walked down Singleton Road. You'll see here the exit. And Susana began her trip back down Singleton Road. Her road is Santa Ana Drive, and it's right just outside of this picture. There's a business here, King David Academy, and it captured the last images of Susana Morales' life as she walked home to her mom's house around 10 p.m. That is the last time anyone but the defendant saw her alive. The next thing that happened is she didn't come home. She never made it back to her mother's house. No one ever heard from her again. Not a single text message, not a phone call, nothing. She disappeared from life after that moment. What next happened at about 10:29, about 29 minutes later, Susana had Life 360. She had that application on her phone, and you'll hear about that application. You'll hear that she shared her location with a friend of hers named Kaya Jones. Kaya and her were close and friends and part of a friend group, and they would share each other's location all day. And at 10:29 p.m., Kaya received this text message that said, Life 360 detected sudden motion on her phone, on Susana's phone. Could be the result of a collision, hard braking, or dropped phone. We called it crash alert. And Kaya became concerned. What happened? As any good friend would do. So she started calling and texting Susana. No answer. And what she realized when she looked at the Life 360 was that Susana was no longer traveling down Singleton Road towards her home. Instead, she was traveling at 40 miles per hour down Singleton, across Indian Trail, and onto Sea Reynolds Boulevard at 40 miles an hour. And you'll hear from the detectives, you believe her to be in a vehicle at that point. Her phone and her are traveling down Steve Reynolds Road before a crash alert occurs at the intersection of Steve Reynolds Boulevard and Oak Block Trace. There's an apartment complex there. Kaya, concerned for her friend, not being able to get in touch with her, calls Rose. Have you heard from her? No. Rose calls Susana's boyfriend. Have you heard from her? No. Nobody's heard from her. Nobody knows where she's at. You'll hear from all her friends. None of them got text messages from her. None of them received any phone calls. No calls for help, no distress, just vanished off the face of the planet after 10:29 p.m. when her phone made a crash alert. And you'll hear her phone remained at that location until it died. Her phone never moved from that area, and you'll hear from everybody who canvassed, her friends, the police, everyone. Searched the entire area. Found no trace of her. They did not locate her phone. It's a busy area there on Steve Reynolds Boulevard. They did not locate her phone. They never found it. But it died at that location, and she wasn't there. And you'll hear from the detectives that believe her phone was thrown from her vehicle at that time. Thrown from a vehicle at that time. She did not drive. She didn't have a vehicle. She wasn't driving. She was in somebody else's vehicle. And we're going to argue to you, and you see evidence, that it was the defendant's vehicle. At that point, she was in his vehicle, and her phone got thrown out of her vehicle. 16-year-old high school girl, and her phone is separated from her and stays there until it dies. That area right there on Oak Block Trace looks just like that. There are some townhomes there, Steve Reynolds Boulevard, and you'll hear from her friends who looked through the whole apartment complex. Found no trace of her. Through all the roads, the woods, the rivers, the creek beds, everywhere, nothing. You'll hear from the police. There was no crash that night. No reported crash of any kind that occurred that night. And after that moment, nobody heard from her again. Her mother, her sisters, they didn't hear from her. And it was day after day after day with absolutely no word. You'll hear about the police investigation, where they looked, what they did, trying to find Susana. Ultimately, with absolutely zero results. Not a single lead, no messages from her, no calls from her, no text to any friends, nothing. She vanished off the face of the planet after that moment. But what you'll hear is that her family had to endure 196 days of no information. 4,704 hours of absolutely no idea where their daughter was, where their sister was. 282,240 minutes. 16,934,400 seconds. Second after second of a mother having no idea where her child is. Not knowing what happened to her, where she went, who took her, what happened to her. Terror for that family. Second after second after second. Until February 6th of 2023. On February 6th of 2023, what you're going to hear is that a man named Matthew Gilbert was driving down Highway 316 and pulled off on the side of Highway 316. He saw this trail that is right off the side of Highway 316. At that time, it was February, it was winter, there were no leaves on the trees, and it was pretty obvious like this. But in the summertime, you'll see that this area here is completely wooded. You can't even see the pathway, but in February, he was able to see the pathway. And it's a small little path. It's not even a road, it's just a pathway. And he had a little off-road vehicle, and he decided to go off-roading on the side of 316. And he drove down, got out of his vehicle, was walking around, when he stumbled across something that he'll never forget. In this area right here on the side of Highway 316. This is in Decula, Georgia. The intersection right here, kind of in the middle of this map, is Drowning Creek Road. To the right is towards Athens, and towards the left is back towards Lawrenceville. But in the middle of the woods, on that day, Mr. Gilbert stumbled across human remains. And at that moment, he stopped. You'll hear from him. He'll tell you what he found. And he called the police. I found a human remains in the woods. It's unusual to find human remains in the woods. And he called the police, and the police showed up, and they started to investigate. The medical examiner came out. Crime scene specialist came out. Detectives came out. And they started looking into who could this possibly be. And you're going to hear that very quickly they identified these remains as that of Susana Morales. You're going to hear from the medical examiner, compared to dental records. You're going to hear that right there with these remains, or skeletal remains, they found her fingernails, still with the black nail polish she had painted on them. She had hair that was dark on the top, blonde hair on the bottom. They found her hair still there. But what you're going to hear is that they found nothing else. They found no flesh, no tissue. She was completely skeletal. There was no forensic evidence to really pull from it because it had been 196 days since she went missing. She wasn't buried. Her body was dumped there in the woods. And you're going to hear very importantly that she was naked. Her body was left there in the woods, completely naked. They found absolutely not one shred of any fiber, any clothing, any socks, any pants, any shirt, any undergarments, anything. Her body was dumped naked in the woods. What is significant, the medical examiner who's responsible for performing autopsies conducted what she could of an autopsy on the remains of Susana and found no cause of death. What does that mean? There was no obvious signs of trauma to her skeleton. Right? There was no obvious bullet wound because there's no flesh. There's nothing to look at. She just was able to look at the bones, didn't see anything on the bones that said it was a gunshot or broken bones. They found almost all of her skeleton. They found somewhere between 95 and 100% of her skeleton. There were a few bones missing. One including the hyoid bone, which is in your neck. It can be evidence of strangulation. You're going to hear from the medical examiner about how she performed the autopsy, and at the end, you're going to hear that she could not conclude an obvious cause of death for Susana Morales. And that is going to be a significant issue that the defense is going to argue to you. That you cannot find Mr. Bryant guilty of murder because there is no cause of death. I think at the end of the case, you'll be convinced differently. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But once the police identified her remains, they began an investigation. How did she end up here? What you'll hear is that nobody believed that she walked herself out into the woods naked and died there, but that it was at the hands of somebody else. That it was criminal. That it was homicide, that it was murder. And they began to investigate who is responsible. The very first piece of evidence was found the next day, February 7th of 2023, when the Gwinnett County Police Department, what you'll hear is that night, they found her body very late in the day. And it became dark very quickly in February. So they secured the scene, they collected what they could, left police officers there to secure the scene, came back the next morning to continue searching. And the next morning, they located this. This is a Glock 19 9mm handgun, and underneath the barrel is an attached flashlight on this weapon. And when they found this weapon very, very close to Susana's body, they became immediately suspicious. There's a gun in the woods near this girl's body. And so they wanted to know who it belonged to. And they found that it was registered to the defendant, Miles Bryant. So they began to do a little more looking. How could his gun end up out there? What they found, and what you'll hear, is that the following morning after she went missing, July 27th of 2022, the defendant called the Gwinnett County Police Department to report that gun stolen. He claimed that his vehicle had been broken into and that his weapon was stolen from the vehicle. He also claimed that his wallet was stolen from the vehicle at that time. You're going to get to hear that. You'll hear from the officer who took the report. And I want you to remember one important thing. He said to that officer, this is one police officer to another. At the time, he's a police officer. He tells the responding Gwinnett County Police Department officers, just put it on GCIC stolen. GCIC is the Georgia Crime Information Center. It's where people list stolen things for the police to know. Just you can put it on there, but I don't want detectives involved. I don't want detectives involved. You don't need to worry about that. To an officer. You'll hear from that officer, Officer Merkley. I'll tell you that was very unusual, especially for a police officer to not want his gun found when it could be picked up and used by somebody else or stolen and used in some other crime, to not want detectives involved in finding it. You're going to hear about cellular tower mapping. You'll hear from Detective Carter. She's going to be the last witness to testify. She's going to talk to you about a lot of different things. But one of the things that she's going to talk to you about is that in her investigation, once they found his gun had been stolen, they thought, well, maybe whoever stole his gun kidnapped her and murdered her. And it's reasonable. He lives in the apartment complex where she disappeared from, and he reported his gun stolen the next morning. That would have been a reasonable thought to have. So they continued to investigate and obtained the defendant's cellular phone records. He has two phones. One is a personal phone. The other one is a work phone that is issued by the city of Dorville for his police business. And what you'll see, you'll hear from an expert in cellular tower mapping, Investigator Wilbanks, who will tell you and show you his mapping. This is not his mapping, but he will show you that the defendant's personal phone was located in the woods right next to Susana's body within 2 hours of her disappearance. Not just that, the defendant's work phone was also located in the woods right after Susana's disappearance. This location is over 22 miles from the defendant's home and from where Susana lived. In the middle of the woods in Tequila, Georgia. Nowhere near Norcross. And you'll hear from approximately 12:45 a.m. on the morning of July 27th all the way through 2 a.m. The defendant is right there. He'll give an interview that you'll hear over 3 hours to the police where he discusses this. But his phone has placed him right next to Susana's body the night she went missing within a few hours. Putting both him with Susana and his gun in the woods the night she went missing. It was at that point the police realized that he was not telling the truth about the stolen gun report, because he was right where his gun went missing. And what were the chances that some random person stole his gun and kidnapped the individual, Ms. Morales, who disappeared from his apartment complex where he was at, and then he ends up in the exact same location as both her body and the gun. At that point, they significantly suspected him. Ultimately, the defendant is charged with malice murder. That is the count of malice murder. What does it mean? It means he caused the death of Susana Morales with malice in an unknown manner. In many cases, we have gunshot wounds, we have stab wounds, we have injuries that we can point to and say, this is exactly how it happened. This is precisely how the death occurred. And in some cases, we don't. In this case, and in many murder cases, you'll hear, the cause of death is not a material element. It does not have to be proven. And we can think of some examples about why that might be true. Any case where we never recover a body, how would you ever prove the cause of death? This is a significant issue. We charged him in a manner unknown because she doesn't have a cause of death. But what we have to prove is that he was responsible. He did it with malice. What is malice? It doesn't mean hatred. It doesn't mean premeditation. Many states have premeditated murder, first-degree homicide, things like that we're used to hearing on television programs and things. Georgia doesn't have that. We have malice murder and we have felony murder. And in malice murder, it requires that you do it with malice. Well, what does that mean? That means the intent. You intended to kill this person. That's what it means. The judge will give you a full charge on what malice means at the conclusion of the trial. He is also charged in count 2 with felony murder. Felony murder is defined as causing the death of Susana Morales while committing another felony, and in an unknown manner. Felony murder is the idea that if you are committing a felony, and in the commission of that felony somebody dies, you are guilty of felony murder. And it can happen in numerous situations. It is a very broad statute. In this case, we are alleging that she died in the commission of him kidnapping her and taking her as she was walking home, her dying, and ending up in the woods. We also charged him with kidnapping, which means to abduct and steal her away without authority to do so. Now, he is a police officer, but you will hear no evidence of him arresting her, no evidence of him lawfully detaining her, no evidence of him doing anything related to the actual furtherance of the duties. Held her against her will, which caused her bodily injury. The bodily injury portion of this is pretty obvious. She's dead. Also, he is charged with criminal attempt to commit rape. Attempted to commit rape by kidnapping her. All it requires is a substantial step. We're not alleging to you that he did in fact follow through and rape her, just that he attempted to do so. In this case, all that is required in order to prove attempted rape is that he had both the intent to do that and he took a substantial step towards doing it. Right? It doesn't mean that he had to follow through all the way, but that he intended to. And you're going to hear things like the fact that she's found completely naked there in the woods. No other explanation for that. You're going to hear that less than 24 hours after the defendant kidnapped and murdered Susana Morales, he was back on shift working as a Doraville Police Department officer. Went into a Quick Trip gas station located in Doraville, Georgia. There behind the counter was a young woman working the counter. She knew the defendant. He would come in there regularly as a police officer on shift in Doraville. He asked to use her phone. Said that his bank account, he couldn't access his bank account on his phone. And so he borrowed her phone. But he didn't access her bank account. He went into her hidden folders on her phone. He selected a pornographic video that she had made of herself. And he sent it to himself. He texted himself her intimate video on her phone. He then deleted the message from her phone to hide any evidence of doing it. Less than 24 hours. This is around 10:30 p.m., July 27th. That night. You're going to hear other evidence. And lastly, you're going to hear a false report, or received false report of a crime. This is him falsely reporting to Officer Merkley that his gun was stolen. when he knew very well that it wasn't. And part of that evidence that you'll hear is that right before placing the Gwinnett County Police Department call to report his gun stolen, which occurred around 10:30 in the morning on July 27th, he went back to the scene where Susana's body was found. Went back out to the woods, all the way from Norcross. He got up that morning and he drove his car all the way back the 22 miles to the wooded area. His phone was placed in there at around 9:30 in the morning on July 27th. What you'll hear is that likely he went back to look for his gun that he had dropped in the woods. That gun had a flashlight. At 12 at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, it's pitch black in the middle of the woods. And for whatever reason, he dropped or lost his weapon and went back to look for it. Not finding it, he returned and called the Gwinnett County Police Department to report it stolen. Didn't want detectives involved, but to report it stolen. You're going to hear a charge. The judge already read out to you. Reasonable doubt. What is it? What does it mean? The state has a burden, which I gladly accept, of proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That he did every one of these things beyond a reasonable doubt. Sometimes it's great to define this in terms of what it's not. And the judge already told you, it is not all doubt. It is not to a mathematical certainty. It is reasonable doubt. Right? The judge used a word that I think embodies this concept the best. It's common sense. You all come in with common sense. You all have common sense. And you are being asked to use your common sense about what happened in this case. When you view the evidence, to use your common sense about what occurred in this case. I'm certain that you will hear arguments that, well, we just don't know how she died. We don't know the cause of death, so you can't say that it's murder. But when you look at all of the evidence at the conclusion of the case, when you see all of the evidence and everything that happened, I'm going to ask you to use your common sense and conclude that he did these things. And when we talk about another concept, direct evidence and circumstantial evidence.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but at this point he's explaining the law, which I do not think is proper in opening. Opening is to tell the jury what you expect the evidence to show.
Mr. Dilfer, response?
Judge, I think that I'm permitted a little latitude to explain a few concepts that are going to be important for them to understand for the trial.
I'm going to ask you to move on from this, and I'll explain that to them. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
What happened to Susana? You are going to be faced with that question. You are going to have to battle amongst yourselves about what happened to her and what proof is there of it. Could it have been an accident? Could she have taken something and overdosed on something and died? Could there be some other explanation for what happened? Well, you don't have to wonder. You're going to hear the defendant tell you. You're going to get to watch over 3 hours of him telling you that he's never seen her before. He's never even laid eyes on her before. Doesn't know her, never seen her. You're going to hear that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Remember, he goes, I had nothing to do with it whatsoever. I don't know her. I've never seen her. I have nothing to do with it. And it's just a complete coincidence that his phones are there at the scene with her, that his gun is found at the scene. This is what you're going to hear from his own mouth. And then you're going to hear that Detective Carter asked him repeatedly, was it an accident? Did she fall and hit her head? No. I don't have anything to do with this. She didn't. Was it an overdose? Did she take something? No. It wasn't any of those things. It wasn't any accident. It wasn't anything. That's what you're going to hear from his own mouth. On February 13th of 2023, when he was interviewed by the police. And you're going to consider that He has told the police and everybody that there is absolutely no other explanation. He didn't do any of this, and none of this was an accident, it wasn't an overdose, and nothing else happened to her. And you're ultimately going to hear that his lies, repeated lie after lie after lie after lie, for 3.5 hours of having nothing to do with this. But the truth will come out. You will see what the truth is. And my job is to convince you beyond reasonable doubt that everything he said to you in that interview is a lie. I love this quote. There is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. I expect in this trial that you are going to try and be convinced that something else happened to Susana. This was an accident, that it was not intentional, he did not do it. Or that if he was involved in it some way, that it was an overdose, because she liked to smoke marijuana. Many of you will hear that one time in her past, she had tried what she called acid. Months before, one time, from her friends. They'll tell you that. I'm about to call them. You'll hear them say it. Maybe you'll be trying to convince that this is something, some accident. And of course, the medical examiner might have been able to give you a much better explanation about any of the things that happened to her if her body had ever been located before 196 days, before her flesh was gone, before all evidence was gone. But I'm going to argue to you at the end of this case that the defendant doesn't get to escape justice because he's good at committing a crime. Because he's good at covering his tracks. He doesn't get to escape justice. And in conclusion, I'm going to ask you to come back and find the defendant guilty of malice murder, guilty of felony murder, guilty of kidnapping, guilty of criminal attempt to commit rape, and guilty of false report of a crime.
Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Drake.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Still morning. Always have to double check. As the judge has told you, what is said in opening is not evidence. But I want to point out a couple of things. Every death is not a homicide. Every homicide is not malice murder, and it's not felony murder. Now, the state said that I'm going to come up here and try to make all sorts of excuses. I'm not. At the conclusion of this trial, I'm going to come up and tell you, hold this man guilty for what he did during this time. Hold him guilty and responsible for the death of Susana Morales, but it doesn't fall in any of those categories. It is a tragedy what happened to Susana Morales. She's a beautiful young lady. I have spoken briefly with members of her family. They're very, very nice. As a mother, I cannot fathom the anguish that they went through. Makes me very upset at Mr. Bryant. But you don't have to like my client. And in fact, at the conclusion of this trial, you're going to think that he is the most callous, uncaring coward that you have ever seen. However, he is not guilty of the murder or felony murder in this particular case. What you have from the state is speculation. We found this, and we don't really know, but this is what we think happened. Particularly on the Life 360. They're not going to introduce to you any expert to explain the 360. You hear about it could have been a hard break, but no, they're speculating that it was thrown out of the car. Their whole case is based upon speculation. At the conclusion of the total trial, and you're going to hear from Miles Bryant, he's going to explain to you exactly what happened, and it is going to be supported by all of the evidence that the state is going to introduce to you. They could have done some more testing to possibly determine a cause of death. They did have hair, they did have bone marrow. They did not test any of those. You're not going to hear any evidence. You're not going to hear any evidence that she did not willingly get into his vehicle, or even that that was the only vehicle that she got into that evening. No evidence whatsoever. You saw in his presentation a video of her walking down the road. There's not going to be any video from any of the surrounding businesses to show how, the manner that she got into the vehicle. There's not going to be any evidence of an intent to rape. That simply did not happen. At the end of this case, you're going to know the full truth. Why Mr. Miles lied to the police, and why he reported his gun stolen. And that is not going to be an issue for you. We will concede that at this point. He did make a false report of his gun being stolen. His gun was not stolen. And he's going to explain to you his thinking and why he made that report. At the conclusion, you're going to see that the state's case is based upon outrage, which is warranted, but speculation. You're going to have the actual truth that is supported by all of the evidence. And I can promise you, you are going to hate that young man sitting here. But at the conclusion of this trial, as he's going to come back and ask you to return a verdict of guilty, I'm going to come back up here and tell you it is fine to hate Miles Bryant. You can hate him all you want. However, I'm going to ask you to return a verdict that holds him accountable for his actions, but it's not murder, it's not felony murder, it's not kidnapping, and it's not criminal intent to commit a rape.
You give me straight. State ready to proceed with this first witness?
We are, Judge.
Okay.
16 called by Mr. Manzanares.
For the interpreter? Certainly. And let me swear the interpreter in. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Are you a licensed legal interpreter? And would you state your name for the record?
Sandra Gomez.
Okay, you'll come right up here, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Do you want to stand, or are you asking to sit?
I'll stand.
Okay, so let's take that seat there. Ma'am, if you'll remain standing. If you'll turn and face me. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I swear.
I do swear.
Thank you. Please be seated. I don't want you to fall off. Okay.
I am.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Now,
Hold on, ma'am. You may understand some English.
¿Entiende algo de inglés?
I do not want you to answer or listen in English because we're making a record. And it's very important that you wait until the translator interprets from Spanish to English, from English to Spanish. You answer her in Spanish, and then she will answer in English verbatim. Okay, thank you.
How are you?
Bien. Good.
Can you tell us your name, please?
¿Me da su nombre, por favor?
María Guadalupe Manzanares.
María Guadalupe Manzanares.
All right. And Ms. Manzanares, I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you don't understand anything that I ask you, just please let me know.
Manzanares, le voy a hacer algunas preguntas. Si hay alguna de ellas o algo que yo diga no entiende, por favor me dejan saber. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know Susana Morales?
¿Usted conoce a Susana Morales?
Sí.
Yes.
And would you please tell the jury who Susana is to you?
¿Me puede decir por favor al jurado quién es Susana para usted?
Mi hija.
My daughter.
And can you tell us when was the last time that you saw your daughter?
¿Y nos puede decir cuándo fue la última vez que usted vio a su hija?
Julio 26 del 2022.
July 26th of 2022.
Can you tell us a little bit about Susana?
¿Nos puede decir un poco acerca de Susana?
Es muy alegre, sonriente.
Very joyful, always smiling.
How old was she when she disappeared?
¿Qué edad tenía ella cuando desapareció?
16.
16.
When was her birthday?
¿Cuándo cumplía años?
24 de junio.
June 24th.
And can you tell us about where approximately you lived at?
¿Nos puede decir dónde aproximadamente vivía usted?
Santa Ana Drive, Norcross, Georgia.
Santa Ana Drive, Norcross, Georgia.
Now, who lived there with you back in July of 2022?
¿Quién vivía con usted ahí en julio del 2022?
Solo yo, ella y mi esposo.
Just me, her, and my husband.
When you say her, do you mean Susana?
¿Significa Susana?
Sí, mi hija.
Yes, my daughter.
So.
Do you have any other children?
¿Tiene más hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
Who are they?
¿Quiénes son?
Julissa y Jasmine.
Julissa and Jasmine.
How old is Julissa?
¿La tiene Julissa?
27.
27.
And does she live nearby to you?
¿Vive cerca a usted?
Como 20 minutos.
About 20 minutes.
And what about Jasmine? How old is she?
Jasmine, ¿qué edad tiene?
Cumplió 21.
She just turned 21.
And does she live nearby to you?
Como 15 minutos.
About 15 minutes.
Where was, at the time in July of 2022, where was Susana going to school?
En ese tiempo, en julio del 2022, ¿a qué escuela asistía Susana?
La Meadow Creek High School.
La Meadow Creek High School.
Do you remember what grade she's in?
¿Recuerdan qué año cursaba?
En el 10.
10th.
10th grade. I want to... Your Honor, may I have the liberty to approach the witness?
Certainly.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit number 21. Do you recognize this?
Le voy a mostrar lo que he marcado como evidencia del estado número 21. ¿Usted reconoce esto?
Sí.
Yes.
And what is it?
¿Qué es?
Es la foto de sus 15.
It's her quinceañera's picture.
Is this Susana's quinceañera?
¿Es
Yeah.
la quinceañera de Susana?
Mhm.
Okay. Is this an accurate photograph of her quinceañera?
Es una foto verdadera de ella.
Sí.
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit number 21, request permission to publish.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 21 is admitted with no objection, and yes, she may publish.
Can you tell us where was this photograph? Where was her quinceañera at?
¿Dónde fue la quinceañera de ella?
Ella escogió ir a comer tacos en el Don Pedro, un restaurante mexicano.
She chose to go eat tacos at El Don Pedro. It's a Mexican restaurant.
Okay. And what kind of things did Susana like to do for fun?
¿Qué clase de cosas le gustaba hacer a Susana para divertirse?
Le gustaba escuchar música, tocar música, arreglarse, comer antojos.
She liked to listen to music, she liked to play music, she liked to eat, she liked to dress herself up, all that.
Okay. And I want to take a pause just for a second and ensure, since you're not speaking into the microphone, Ms. Gomez, can everybody hear appropriately? Okay, just all of a sudden.
And can the juror in the seat outside the box see? Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
She liked to play music. What kind of music did she play?
Le gustaba tocar música. ¿Qué clase de música le gustaba
Le
tocar?
gustaba el piano y la guitarra.
She liked the piano and the guitar.
Did she sing it?
¿Cantaba?
Sí.
Yes.
Did she ever record videos, things like that?
¿Alguna vez grababa videos, cosas así?
Solamente cuando estaba tocando piano. Una vez le grabó un video nomás cuando estaba tocando guitarra.
Only when she played the piano, and only one video was recorded when she played the guitar.
How was your relationship with Susana?
¿Cómo era su relación con Susana?
Buena.
Good.
Would Susana go and ever hang out with her friends?
¿Susana en algún momento iba y pasaba tiempo con las amigas?
Sí.
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about her friends. Who was in her friend group?
Díganos un poco acerca de las amigas de ellas. ¿Quién estaba en el grupo de ellas?
La más cercana era Esmeralda y Kaya.
The closest ones were Esmeralda and Kaya.
And how often would she, if you know, how often would she see those friends?
¿Qué tan seguido, si usted sabe, qué tan seguido ella visitaba a esas amigas?
A veces, 2 veces por semana, a veces casi siempre estaban. Cuando Esmeralda a veces no estaba en mi casa, estaba en la casa de ella, pero casi siempre se visitaba.
Usually 2 times a week, but sometimes if Esmeralda was not at our house, she was at her house, but they would always visit each other.
Did Susana have a phone?
¿Susana tiene celular?
Sí.
Yes.
How much time did she spend on her phone?
¿Cuánto tiempo pasaba en el celular?
A veces bastante, pero a ella le gustaba mucho leer.
Sometimes a lot, but she liked to read a lot.
Okay. And it seems like a lot of teenagers seem to be attached to their phones and carry their phones all the time, everywhere. Was Susana like that?
Parece que muchos de los jóvenes ahora están muy apegados a su celular y llevan su celular a todas partes. ¿Susana era así?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you ever see her without her phone?
¿En algún momento la vio sin el celular?
Sí. Algunas veces cuando estaba tocando guitarra o estaba leyendo.
Yes, sometimes when she was playing her guitar or reading.
Okay. So if something else was in her hands and she couldn't have the phone, would she put it down?
Entonces, si tenía otra cosa en sus manos, ponía el celular a un lado.
Sí.
Yes.
Did Susana work?
¿Susana trabajaba?
Sí.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what she did for work?
¿Puede decir un poco acerca de qué hacía ella para el trabajo?
Ella Tomaba orden.
She would take orders.
Entregaba comida. En el McDonald's estaba conmigo.
Pardon?
Trabajaba conmigo en el McDonald's.
She would deliver food. She worked with me at McDonald's.
Okay, so, and what was her job at McDonald's?
¿Cuál era el trabajo de ella en McDonald's?
Tomar orden.
Take orders.
Okay, did she work in the drive-thru or at the front?
¿Trabajaba en el drive-thru o al frente?
Diferente, veces en el retro, veces.
Different. Sometimes in the drive-thru, other times inside.
Did you get her the job working with you?
¿Usted le consiguió trabajo para trabajar con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
And how long had she done that job with you, worked at McDonald's?
¿Cuánto tiempo llevaba ella haciendo ese trabajo con usted en McDonald's?
Apenas empezaba.
She had just started.
And you said just started. Days, weeks, months, do you know?
Cuando dice que apenas había empezado, días, semanas, meses.
Como unos meses, unos 6 meses.
Months, maybe 6 months.
Okay. Would you guys ride together to work, or did she get herself to work, or how did she get to work?
¿Ustedes se iban juntas para el trabajo o ella llegaba al trabajo? ¿Cómo llegaba ella al trabajo?
No, se iba conmigo.
She would come with me.
Okay. Did you know any of Susana's friends named Kelly or Alyssa?
¿Usted conoció algunas de las amigas de Susana que se llamaban Kelly o Alisa?
No las conozco. A Kelly la había visto un par de veces, pero a Lisa no.
I didn't. Kelly I saw a few times, but Alyssa no.
Okay. And so, did you had met Kelly before?
¿Usted había conocido a Kelly anteriormente?
Sí.
And did Susana spend time with or hang out with Kelly?
¿Susana pasaba tiempo o se juntaba con Kelly?
No.
No.
And do you know why that was?
¿Sabe por qué era eso?
Yo no la dejaba.
I wouldn't allow her to.
Why wouldn't you allow her to?
¿Por qué no le se lo permitía?
Porque a uno como padre, como madre, mira uno las amistades para los hijos.
Because as a parent or as a mother, you see what type of friends you want for your children.
Okay. Did you not approve of her friendship with Kelly?
¿Usted no aprobaba de la amistad entre ella y Kelly?
No mucho.
Not very much.
And did you ever allow her? Let me strike that and ask it a different way. Did you tell her she could not go out and hang out with Kelly?
¿Usted le dijo que ella no podía salir y pasar tiempo con Kelly?
Solo le dije una vez que no me gustaba.
I only told her once that I didn't like her.
Ella nunca me dijo que iba para allá.
And she never told me she was going to head that way.
On the night that this happened?
¿La noche que eso sucedió?
No, ella nunca me dijo. Ella dijo que iba con Esmeralda.
No, she never said it to me. She said she was going to Esmeralda's.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about that night, July 26th. Can you tell the jury about that whole day? What was going on that day, earlier in the day?
Quiero hablar con usted un poco acerca de ese día, del 26 de julio. ¿Le puede decir al jurado qué sucedió durante todo ese día?
Durante el día estuvimos juntas trabajando.
During the day we were together working.
Cuando llegamos del trabajo como a las 4.
When we arrived home around 4.
Ella se metió a bañar, yo me metí a cocinar ese día.
She went to take a shower and I went to cook.
Yo hice pescado ese día
That day I cooked fish.
Ella me dice que no quería pescado, que su amiga Esme la había invitado a comer alitas a su casa.
She told me she did not want fish. She told me that her friend Esmeralda had invited her to her house to eat wings.
And how far from your house is Esmeralda's house?
¿Qué tan lejos está su casa de la casa de Esmeralda?
Como 6 minutos.
About 6 minutes.
Is that 6 minutes if you're walking or driving?
Caminando.
6 minutos y va caminando o manejando?
Caminando.
Walking.
All right. And when Susana told you that she wanted to go to Esmeralda's house, did you let her do that?
Susana le dijo que quería ir a la casa de Esmeralda. ¿Usted se lo permitió?
Sí.
Yes.
And how did, approximately what time did Susana leave to go to Esmeralda's house?
Aproximadamente a qué hora salió Susana para ir a la casa de Esmeralda?
A las 6.
At 6.
And Did she walk? Did she drive? Did somebody pick her up?
Ella manejó, caminó, alguien la recogió.
Caminó.
She walked.
Did you see her leave?
¿Usted vio cuando ella se fue?
Sí.
Yes.
And I can hear you whenever you say that, but you have to make sure you speak out loud so that the court reporter can take everything down.
Okay.
Was that moment as she walked away from your house, was that the last time that you ever saw your daughter?
Ese momento, a medida que ella salía de su casa caminando, ¿fue la última vez que usted vio a su hija?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened throughout the night?
¿Le puede decir al jurado qué pasó durante la noche?
Después de que se fue Susana, como a los minutos después le llamé para ver si había llegado.
After Susana left, a few minutes later, I called her to see if she had arrived.
No contestó, le mandé un texto para preguntarle y me dijo que sí, que está.
Since she did not answer, I texted her and she replied yes, that she had arrived.
What time, if you remember, did you call or text her?
¿A qué hora, si recuerda, la llamó o le mandó el mensaje?
Pues luego, después de unos 10 minutos pensando, tanteando la distancia que ya llegó ella.
It was after about 10 minutes. I was calculating the distance that she had to walk.
After she responded and texted you back, did you try to contact her again at any point that night?
Después de que ella le respondió, esa noche usted trató de contactarse con ella después de eso, en algún otro momento?
Sí, como a las 9:40 le llamé para ir por ella.
Yes, around 9:40 I called her so I could pick her up.
Around 9:40 you called her, is that what you said?
Alrededor de las 9:40 usted la llamó?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you talk to her?
¿Habló con ella?
No, ella no me contestó.
No, she did not answer.
And what did you do at that point?
¿Qué hizo usted en ese momento?
Le llamé varias veces.
I called and called several times.
Did you ever hear any phone calls or text messages back from Susana?
¿Alguna vez en algún momento escuchó una llamada o mensajes de texto de regreso de Susana?
Nunca más.
Never again.
When you tell the jury what was going through your mind once you weren't hearing back from Susana.
Dígale al jurado qué estaba pasando por su mente cuando usted ya no supo más de Susana.
Yo llamé a su amiga Esmeralda.
I called her friend Esmeralda.
No me contestó, entonces llamé a su mamá.
She didn't answer, so I called her mom.
You called Esmeralda's mom?
¿La mamá Esmeralda?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And did she answer?
¿Y ella le respondió?
Sí.
Yes.
And what happened?
¿Qué pasó?
Me dijo que nunca llegó Susana ahí.
She said Susana never arrived there.
And had you believed that whole time that Susana had been at Esmeralda's house?
¿Usted creía que todo ese tiempo Susana había estado en la casa de Esmeralda?
Sí.
Yes.
And once you found out that she wasn't, what did you think?
Cuando usted se dio cuenta que no había sido así, ¿qué pensó?
Pensé que había ido a casa de otra amiga, llamé a Kaya.
I thought that maybe she
Pero
was.
ya estaba anoche y ya no me contestó porque tengo el teléfono de la mamá de Kaya, pero no me contestaron porque ya estaba de noche.
I thought that maybe she went to Kaya's house, so I called her. She did not answer, so I called her mom because I have her number, but they did not answer because it was late at night.
At what point did you think that something bad had happened?
¿En qué punto, en qué momento pensó usted que algo malo había sucedido?
Después de que no me contestaba, yo pensé que algo le había sucedido porque ella siempre...
After she didn't answer, I thought something had happened because she always...
Aunque ya su teléfono está apagado, me llamaba del teléfono de sus amigas.
Even if her phone was off, she would call me from her friends' phones.
And you received no phone calls or text messages from her?
¿Y usted no recibió ni llamadas ni mensajes de texto de ella?
Nada.
Nothing.
After you tried talking to Kaya, you tried calling and she didn't answer, what did you do?
Después de que usted trató de hablar con Kaya, que trató de llamarla y no respondió, ¿qué hizo?
Estaba preocupada y yo no sabía ni el teléfono de su novio, no lo sabía.
I was worried. I didn't know her boyfriend's number. I didn't know it.
Pero esa misma noche Esmeralda me dio el teléfono de él, le llamé, pero tampoco sabía de él.
But that same night, Esmeralda gave me his number, and I called him, but he did not know anything.
Okay. So, after talking to Esmeralda, you contacted Susana's boyfriend?
Entonces, después de hablar con Esmeralda, ¿usted contactó el novio de Susana?
Sí.
Yes.
And he said he didn't know where she was?
¿Y él le dijo que no sabía dónde estaba ella?
Sí, él dijo que no sabía.
Yes, he said he did not know.
And that whole night, did you receive any information about where Susana had gone?
Durante esa noche, ¿usted recibió alguna información acerca de dónde había ido Susana?
No.
No.
Did you, that night, after she didn't come home, did you go look for her?
Esa noche, después de que ella no regresó a casa, ¿usted fue a buscarla?
Yo fui, pero ya estaba anoche, no. Ya fui como a las 6 de la mañana, el segundo día, a la casa de unas amigas de ella del trabajo.
I did, but it was late at night, so I went the next morning around 6 a.m. I went to some of her friends from work to their house.
Okay. That kind of all night long, did you sleep at all, or were you awake all night?
Durante esa noche, ¿usted durmió? En algún momento estuvo despierta toda la noche.
No pude dormir.
I was not able to sleep.
Before this, had Susana ever not come home or not told you where she was?
Antes de esto, Susana en algún momento no había regresado a casa o nunca le había dicho dónde estaba?
Nunca.
Never.
Sometimes teenagers don't get along with their parents and they argue. Did Susana ever not come home because you two were arguing about things?
¿Susana en algún momento no regresó a casa porque ustedes dos estaban discutiendo acerca de cosas?
No.
No.
Did she ever run away from home where you didn't know where she was at?
¿Ella en algún momento huyó de casa al punto de usted no saber dónde estaba ella?
No.
No.
When she didn't call and she didn't text you that night and you didn't know where she was that out of character for her?
Cuando usted no sabía dónde estaba ella, ya no la llamó ni le mandó un mensaje, ¿eso estaba fuera del carácter de ella?
Ella, que estuviera molesta o la regañara yo, siempre ella me contestaba o en texto o me contestaba.
Every time, even if she was mad at me or if I would get on to her, she would always answer, or if I texted her, she would reply.
Had Susana ever been in trouble with you before?
¿Susana alguna vez ha estado en problemas con usted?
No.
No.
Ella era una buena niña. Como todas niñas, a veces uno los regaña porque uno no quiere que salgan o algo, se molestan.
She was a good girl. You know, sometimes you would get onto them for anything, and like any other girl, she would get upset.
And like any teenager, they don't always listen.
Como cualquier otro joven, no siempre escuchan.
Sí.
Yes.
What kinds of things would you do if Susana got in trouble? Would you take her phone away from her?
¿Qué clase de cosas hacía usted si Susana se metía en problemas? ¿Usted le quitaba el teléfono?
Sí, le quitaba el teléfono, la computadora, y no la dejaba ir con sus amigas.
Yes, I would take her phone away, her computer, and I would not allow her to go see her friends.
And I assume, but I want to know from you, she didn't like that when you would do that, right?
Y asumo, pero lo quiero escuchar de parte suya. A ella no le gustaba cuando usted hacía eso, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
But even when you would take her phone away, or take her computer away, or not let her go see friends, did she always let you know where she was at and talk to you and things like that?
Inclusive cuando usted le quitaba el celular o el computador o no le permitía ir a ver a sus amigas, ella siempre le decía dónde estaba y cosas así.
No salía porque pues estaba en la casa.
She wouldn't go out because she was at home.
I understand. Okay. At some point, did you decide to contact the police about Susana not coming home?
¿En algún momento usted decidió contactar a la policía porque Susana no llegó a casa?
Sí.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury just a little bit about when that happened?
¿Le puede decir al jurado un poquito acerca de cuándo sucedió eso?
Llamamos a la policía, fue el día siguiente.
That we called the police, it was the next day.
Do you remember around what time?
¿A qué horas más o menos?
Como las 9.
Around 9.
In the morning?
¿En la mañana? Yes.
Did the police come and talk to you?
¿La policía vino a hablar con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
And when did the police do anything at that moment when they came out to look for her?
¿La policía hizo algo en ese momento cuando llegaron ahí? ¿Hicieron algo como buscarla?
Me dijeron que iban a esperar 78 horas, 48 horas por ahí, no me recuerdo.
They said they were going to wait 78 hours, 48 hours, somewhere around there, I don't remember.
Okay. And wait, did they tell you what they're going to wait for? Wait for what?
¿Qué iban a esperar? ¿Esperar qué?
Para poder hacer un reporte, para poderla poner como desaparecida.
To be able to file a report, to be able to do it as a missing person.
Okay. You mentioned a moment ago that you went and looked for her around 6 in the morning.
¿Usted mencionó hace un momento que usted salió a buscarla alrededor de las 6 de la mañana?
Sí, yo salí.
I went out.
Tell the jury where all you went to look for her.
¿Y al jurado dónde fue a buscarla?
Allí, no me recuerdo exactamente, pero es por la misma Singleton donde viven unas compañeras de trabajo que a veces ellas también se juntaban.
I don't remember exactly, but it was around Singleton Road where some of my co-workers also live around there and they sometimes hung out.
Okay. And after going to those locations, did you find any information about where Susana was?
Después de ir a varios lugares, ¿usted tuvo alguna información acerca de dónde estaba Susana?
No, hasta ese momento no.
Not until that time, no.
After you made the police report, did you and your family go looking and searching for Susana in other places?
Después de que usted hizo ese reporte, ¿usted y su familia salieron a buscar a Susana en otros lugares?
Sí, la buscamos por toda la área de donde estaba su localización de teléfono, por los compré, por la área de la high school, por el monte, por todo eso.
Yes, we went out to look for her where her phone said she was around the high school, the woods.
Okay. And did you find any sort of evidence of Susana?
¿Usted encontró algún tipo de evidencia de ella, de Susana?
La única evidencia que encontramos fue cuando iba de camino a casa del video que conseguimos.
The only evidence we found was of the video showing her walking home. We were able to get that.
Okay. You found that one video. Did you ask other places for video surveillance?
¿Usted encontró ese video? ¿Le pidió a otros establecimientos para que le entregaran videos de vigilancia?
Sí, pero no quisieron. Tenía que ser la policía que se los pidiera.
Yes, but they did not want to. It had to be the police to ask for them.
Okay. And how many times, just if you can give me an estimate, how many times did you go out and look for Susana?
¿Y cuántas veces? Solo se me puede dar un estimado. ¿Cuántas veces salió usted a buscar a Susana?
Todos los días, todas las noches, durante 7 meses.
Every day, every night during for 7 months.
Did you ever find any sign of what happened to Susana after she disappeared?
¿Alguna vez encontró alguna señal de lo que le había pasado a Susana después de que desapareció?
Solo llamadas que nos decían que la miraban y íbamos nosotros.
No, only phone calls that we received of people telling us they saw her and we would go.
Okay. So you would get phone calls from people with a tip and you would go look in those locations?
Entonces usted recibía llamadas con señales de personas y usted iba a esas locaciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you ever find any evidence, any trace of Susana in any of those places?
¿Alguna vez encontró evidencia, algún caso de Susana en esos lugares?
Nunca.
Never.
Prior to Susana's disappearance, did you ever know that she would smoke marijuana?
Antes de la desaparición de Susana, ¿usted tenía conocimiento de que ella fumaba marihuana?
Sí.
Yes.
And how did you find out that she smoked marijuana?
¿Cómo se dio usted cuenta de que ella fumaba marihuana?
Porque me llamaron de la escuela.
I got a phone call from the school.
And do you remember when that was?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
No.
No.
How do you know how often that Susana would smoke marijuana?
¿Sabe qué tan seguido Susana fumaba marihuana?
Solo cuando iba con sus amigas, que yo sepa. Una vez en mi casa la encontré en su zapato escondida, pero yo la tiré y le dije, la regañé.
Only when she would go see her friends, and she did it once at home, and then another time I found it in her shoe hidden. I got onto her for that.
You talked to Susana about it?
¿Acerca de eso?
Sí.
Yes.
And you said she would smoke it with her friends. Would that be the friends that you didn't want her to hang out with?
Usted dice que ella lo fumaba con sus amigas. ¿Eran las amigas con las que usted no quería que ella pasara tiempo?
Sí, porque yo después de eso yo vi videos y fotos.
Yes, because after that I saw videos and pictures.
Okay. And did you ever hear Susana tell you, or anybody hear Susana tell you that she did anything else other than marijuana?
¿Usted alguna vez escuchó a Susana o alguna otra persona decir que Susana fumaba cualquier otra cosa que no fuera marihuana? No.
Did you continue to talk to the police department after Susana disappeared?
¿Usted continuó hablando con el departamento de la policía después de que Susana desapareció?
Sí.
Yes.
Who would you talk to from the police department?
¿Con quién hablaba usted ahí en el departamento de policía?
Con el sargento.
Sergeant.
Sergeant Jet.
I don't remember his name.
Did you speak to Sergeant Biggers?
Yes.
Sergeant Biggers?
Sí.
Yes.
And sometimes the names are hard.
Los nombres son difíciles.
And how often would you talk to him?
¿Qué tan seguido hablaba usted con él?
A veces todos los días le mandaba mensajes, yo o Jasmine, porque yo no sé escribir en inglés.
Almost every day I would send him text messages, either me or Jasmine, because I don't know how to write in English.
A ver si sabía alguna noticia o algo.
To see if he had any news or anything.
And so from the time that Susana was taken, how long was it until you heard anything about them finding her body?
Desde el momento en que Susana fue llevada, ¿cuánto tiempo pasó hasta que usted supo que encontraron el cuerpo de ella?
Entendí.
I didn't understand.
How long was it from when Susana disappeared to when the police found her body?
¿Cuánto tiempo pasó desde el momento en que Susana desapareció hasta que la policía encontró su cuerpo?
Casi 7 meses.
Almost 7 months.
When did you find out that the police located her?
¿Cuándo se dio cuenta de que la policía la había localizado?
En febrero, no me acuerdo el día exacto, la fecha exacta.
In February, I don't remember the day exactly or the exact date.
And how did you find out?
¿Y cómo se dio cuenta?
Fue la detective Angela, el sargento y otro.
It was the detective Angeli, the sergeant, and someone else.
So Detective Carter came and told you?
¿El detective Carter vino y le dijo?
Sí.
Yes.
What went through your mind at that moment when you heard?
¿Qué pasó por su mente en ese momento cuando escuchó?
No quería eso. Yo no quería esa noticia.
I did not want that those news.
Yo la esperaba.
I was waiting for her.
Y la sigo esperando.
And I'm still waiting for her.
Maria, would you like some water?
Yeah, I want some water. There's water right here.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, how long do you remember? I'm going to ask you a different question. When you heard that the police had charged the defendant with the crimes, did you know him?
Cuando usted se enteró de que la policía había formalizado cargos en contra del acusado, ¿usted lo conocía?
No.
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
¿Alguna vez lo había visto?
No.
No.
Did your daughter, did Susana ever mention to you or talk to you about the defendant?
¿Susana alguna vez se lo mencionó? ¿Habló con usted acerca del acusado?
No.
No.
During the period of time before the police found Susana, did you ever notice anybody outside of your home following you or parked in front of your home that was suspicious to you?
Durante el tiempo que estuvieron buscando el cuerpo de Susana o antes de eso, ¿usted alguna vez vio alguna persona o algo sospechoso hacia afuera de su casa?
Todo se me hacía sospechoso.
Everything was suspicious.
Were you keeping an eye out, looking for things that might be suspicious?
¿Usted mantenía pendiente de cualquier cosa que fuera sospechosa? Sí. Yes.
Did you ever notice any black trucks parked in front of your home or around your home or following you?
¿Usted alguna vez notó camionetas negras estacionadas al frente de su casa, cerca de su casa o siguiéndola a usted?
Siguiendo no, pero rondando a veces sí.
Following me, no, but driving around, yes.
Driving around where?
No, pasaba a veces una troca, como que bajaba la velocidad. Una vez le dije yo a mi yerno y a mi hija, le digo yo, eso está sospechoso. Pues a mí yo siempre andaba así, como con desconfiando de todo.
It was one time, sometimes a truck would drive by and slow down, and one day I told my son-in-law and my daughter, I said, that's suspicious, but to me everything was suspicious.
Maria, at this point, I think those are all the questions I have for you. Ms. Drake may have some for you, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Please approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we're going to take our lunch break. I am going to ask that you stay together, eat in the jury dining room, and Gwinnett County will pay for your lunch at the cafeteria. So we're going to take about an hour break, and we will see you at about, hopefully we can get started at 1:10. Okay. Thank you. If you'll leave your notes, that would be great, your notepads. Ma'am, I'm going to ask that you don't. I'm going to ask that you don't speak to anyone about your testimony.
No hable con nadie sobre su testimonio.
I've let the jurors go to lunch.
Dejé los jurados ir a almorzar.
And we'll continue with your testimony after lunch at 1:05.
Okay.
Thank you. And you're welcome to bring a drink up if that, and we also have water here.
Aquí tienen agua o puede traer su propia bebida si desea.
Okay, thank you. We are off the record and adjourned till 1:05. Okay, I believe we were on cross with the state's first witness.
Just for the record, if I may.
Certainly.
I don't think either of us announced it earlier, but I was going to move us both to rule sequestration.
Okay. If anyone is in the courtroom who is anyone in the courtroom who expects to be called to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
There is?
The defendant's mother is here, and we subpoenaed her as a witness.
Ma'am, I need you to just a second. Ma'am, you are required to remain outside the courtroom until you are called to testify. You're not to discuss with any other witnesses any testimony which you have given or will give in the trial of this matter. You're permitted to discuss your testimony with the attorneys or their investigators if you choose so. However, these conversations shall be outside the presence of the parties or any other witness in this case. Witnesses must not discuss among themselves at any location what their testimony was or will be. Witnesses shall follow these instructions until the evidence portion of the trial is concluded or you've been excused from further appearance. So, ma'am, I'm going to ask you to leave at this time. And I want to remind everyone in the courtroom that you cannot get up and exit or enter the courtroom except in between witnesses or on breaks when I'm off the bench. That is because the constant slamming of the back doors, people in and out, distract the jury, and it could impair the defendant's right to a fair trial. Any matters from the state that I need to address, other than the rule of sequestration, which is now in effect?
I don't think so, Judge.
How about from the defense?
No, ma'am. And would you prefer if I be seated when the jury comes in?
It doesn't matter. It's okay. All right, Patty, if you can bring the jury in. afternoon. I hope y'all had a good lunch. We had finished the state's first witness direct, and now the defense may have some cross.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
We haven't officially met. My name is Tracy Drake.
No nos hemos conocido oficialmente. Mi nombre es Tracy Drake.
And I am terribly sorry for your loss, and I appreciate you being here today.
Terriblemente siento mucho su pérdida y aprecio mucho que usted esté aquí.
I just have a couple of questions to ask you.
Solo tengo unas cuantas
and then you can leave. You indicated that you did not approve of Kelly.
Usted indicó que usted no aprobaba a Kelly.
Why was that?
¿Por qué era eso?
Como lo dije al principio, hay ciertas amistades que a uno como madre, como padre no les gustan a vuestros hijos.
Like I said in the beginning, there's certain friendships that as parents we just don't like for our children.
And you had communicated that to your daughter, that she was not to hang around her.
¿Y usted le había comunicado eso a su hija, de que no debía pasar tiempo con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
When you called to make sure that she made it to Esmeralda's house, she texted you back, correct?
Cuando usted llamó para asegurarse de que ella había llegado a la casa de Esmeralda, ella le mandó un mensaje de texto de regreso, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And she also told you in that same text that her phone was dying and didn't have a lot of power left.
Y en ese mismo mensaje de texto, ella también le dijo que el celular se le estaba muriendo y que no tenía mucha batería que le quedaba.
Sí.
Yes.
That night, when you called sometimes I cut Esmeralda short to Esme, but Esmeralda's mother, Esmeralda got on the phone as well, right?
Esa noche cuando usted habló con Esmeralda, a veces corto su nombre y solo digo Esme. Esa noche cuando usted llamó a la mamá de Esmeralda, Esmeralda también estaba en el teléfono, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you later found out that Esmeralda knew where your daughter had gone.
Usted después se dio cuenta de que Esmeralda sabía dónde se había ido su hija.
Sí, en el día siguiente yo me di cuenta.
Yes, the next day I found out.
She did not tell you that night when you called at all.
Esa noche que usted la llamó, usted no supo eso.
De que no había ido a su casa, no supe esa noche.
That she had not gone to her house? No, I didn't find out that night.
I believe that the state asked you this question, so I apologize if you've already answered it.
Creo que el Estado ya le hizo esta pregunta, entonces le pido disculpas si ya la respondió.
Do you remember telling Detective Carter that you thought your daughter was addicted to pot?
¿Usted recuerda haberle dicho al detective Carter que usted pensaba que su hija era adicta a la marihuana?
No.
No.
Do you remember giving an interview on January the 17th of 2023?
¿Usted recuerda haber llevado a cabo una entrevista el 17 de enero del 2023?
No recuerdo las fechas exactas.
I don't remember the exact dates.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you had a chance to view that video?
¿Le ayudaría a refrescar su memoria si tuviera la oportunidad de ver ese video?
Hay muchos, no sé cuál sería.
There's many of them. I don't know which one it would be.
Okay, we'll take care of that later on. We'll just move on.
Adelante hacemos eso. Vamos a proceder.
Did you or your daughter, to your knowledge, find Susana's diary?
¿Usted o su hija, hasta donde usted sabe, encontraron el diario de Susana?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that turned over to Detective Carter or another police officer?
¿Eso se le entregó al detective Carter o a otro oficial de la policía?
No.
No.
You stated earlier that Susana never ran away.
Usted declaró anteriormente que Susana nunca huía de la casa.
But
yes.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Carter that sometimes she would run away?
Pero no es cierto que usted le dijo al detective Carter que ella a veces huía.
Nunca he oído. No.
She's never run away, no.
You don't remember saying that?
No recuerdo. No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
She would leave for extended periods of time when she got upset about something, though.
Ella se iba por periodos de tiempo largos a la vez cuando se molestaba por algo.
No, nunca.
No, never.
She never left the home.
Nunca salió de la casa.
Sí salía, pero con permiso.
She would leave, but with my permission.
And how again did you find out that she was smoking pot?
¿Y cómo fue que usted se dio cuenta una vez más que ella estaba fumando marihuana?
Me llamaron de la escuela.
I got a call from the school.
Did she get in trouble at school?
¿En la escuela se metió en problemas?
No, solo fumaron.
Just smoking.
She never got suspended from school?
¿Nunca la suspendieron de la
Sí,
escuela?
la suspendieron una vez.
Ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to wait until the interpreter gives you the question in Spanish and answer in Spanish. You're answering the English question, and I just want to make sure you completely understand the question. Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Yeah.
You stated earlier that Susana would always answer the phone if you called her. Didn't answer multiple times prior to 10 o'clock that evening, correct?
Pero no contestó en múltiples ocasiones antes de las 10 de la noche esa noche, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Did she have a curfew?
Yo tenía un horario para estar en casa, ¿de qué edad?
Así, pero siempre le dejaba una hora más. No había un horario exacto que regresara.
Yes.
Pero antes de las 11.
Yes, but there was not always. Sometimes I would allow her another extra time, but it was always before 11.
If I can have just a moment, please.
Certainly.
Oh, I do have one more question. The black truck that you saw driving around, did you ever see the driver of that truck?
La camioneta negra que usted vio rondando o manejando por los alrededores, ¿usted alguna vez vio a la persona dentro de esa camioneta?
No.
No.
If I can have just a moment now,
Certainly.
please. Thank you, ma'am, very much. I appreciate you.
May we release this witness?
Your Honor, she is currently under my subpoena as well, and I may recall her since she didn't remember some statements. Stay in.
Okay. Ma'am, you are not allowed to stay in the courtroom because you're still under subpoena. Okay, and don't talk to anyone about your testimony. Okay, thank you.
Judge, can you briefly
Certainly.
call the next witness?
And would you bring the witness back in? Thank you. still have my interpreter. Ma'am, you can just stay there. Ma'am, I misunderstood the defense request. You are allowed to stay in the courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, state called second witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is going to call Jasmine Perez.
Chair out in the hall. Good afternoon. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Have you ever testified before, ma'am?
No.
Okay, these microphones are here. Everyone has to hear your answer, so I'm going to ask you to move closer. Okay. My court reporter, Sheila, right here, she's taken everything down, so she can't tell if you say so I might say, is that a yes or is that a no, because we want to get an accurate record. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good.
Could you go ahead and introduce yourself, please, to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jasmine. Susana was my sister.
And Jasmine, what's your last name?
Perez.
And Susana was your sister, so give me your family, not your entire family tree, but who's your immediate family?
That would be just my mom, my older sister, and Susie. Just us three. Well, now it's more because, I got married, but back then, yeah, it was just us three.
All right, so the family's expanding, but originally it's your mother, and that's the Maria.
Yes.
Lady who just testified? Okay.
Yes, sorry.
You have two sisters, so tell me about your older sister.
My older sister, we're about 5 years apart, if I'm not mistaken. But I was a little more closer with Susie, because we still used to live together at the time. We were 23 years apart. Yes.
So you and, you call her Susie.
Susie.
Susana. So you and Susie, what's the age difference?
3 years.
3 years. So this occurred 2 years ago, or almost 2 years ago, July 2026. At that time, how old was Susie?
16.
And how old were you?
19.
And at the time that that the incident here in this case occurred, where were you living at?
I had already moved out, but I lived like 2 minutes away, like down the street.
Okay. And were you living by yourself? Or
yes, I was renting a room.
Sorry?
I was renting a room, sorry.
Renting a room. Oh. And just roommates, or you said well, let me ask you differently. You're married now.
Yes, I'm married now.
Okay. And when did you get married?
In September of that year.
Of 2022?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry if you hear me. I cannot remember. It was a year ago. Okay. It was a year ago.
Last year.
Okay.
Yes. Is that a yes? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, ma'am.
It's all right.
It's okay. It's all right.
And of course, as we go through these questions that I have for you, if you don't understand anything, you can let me know.
Yes.
And there's also some water right here if you need some water.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
People don't feel free to just grab it and pour it while we're talking, but you can go ahead and grab it. If you want to grab some now, you can.
I think I'm okay. Thank you.
All right. So, how long before Susie was taken did you move out of your mother's home?
It had been only like a month or 2 months.
Okay. Now, prior to that, so you were kind of just freshly out on your own at that point? Prior to that, had you grown up in the home with your mother, with Susie, there in the house?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Susie?
Well, I mean, like us sisters, we didn't have a perfect relationship. You know, we would fight a lot. But as far as I can tell for her, she was a prankster of the family, the jokester. She was the one that would always make us laugh. If we were sad, she was the one that crack out a joke or make sure that we're okay. She had the most beautiful smile. And an amazing voice.
Did she like to sing?
All the time.
And what kind of things would she do for fun?
She was really into her self-care, so she always doing like trying new hairstyles, doing her makeup. She was like going out with her friends. She was learning the piano. She learned like a few songs already, and she was starting to play the guitar as well.
How often would you speak to, and I say speak, I'm not huge on texting. I don't do it a lot, but I do text. So I mean, talking to on the phone, texting on the phone, messaging on social media platforms, and seeing her in person, kind of everything combined. How often would you interact with your sister Susie?
After I had moved out, maybe like once or twice a week.
Okay. Now before that, before you had moved out, the month or two before, would you see her every day?
Yeah, I would see her every day.
You feel like you knew her pretty well?
I would say so, yes.
And I think we all can make assumptions about sisters. I have 3 of them, and so I know them pretty well. You said that, like all sisters, you didn't get along. Sometimes you argued. Was it about sisterly things? Things around the house? And
she would take my makeup.
She would take your makeup. Okay. And around the time of when Susie was taken, how was her? You were talking to her about once or twice a week at that time. What was her? Use the word demeanor, but I'll change it. How was she acting? Was she happy? Was she sad? How was she feeling?
I can tell she was happy. She was starting to go out with her boyfriend, Axel. So every time I would come over to the house, I was just talking, and I would be like, who are you talking to? And she would be like, I'm not gonna tell you. And then I would make her tell me, and then we would just like say hi over the phone. But she seemed happy.
Okay. So initially, when the relationship was new with Axel, she kind of kept it to herself. But I
knew.
You're a sister, so you have like a sisterly intuition about things. Okay. So, did y'all talk about boys often?
When I would notice maybe she was talking, I would always ask her, and she would end up telling me. After like I was like, just tell me, but she would end up telling me.
Okay. I want to kind of move into July 26th of 2022. That day, do you recall that day? Okay. And I know it's difficult to talk about it, so if we need to take any break or anything like that, we can. Tell the jury kind of the first thing that happened that day that was odd in relation to this case, in relation to Susana disappearing.
The only thing that it was my mom called me. I think I was already asleep around that time, but she called me at night asking if I had heard from Susie because she wasn't answering any of her text or phone calls. And at that time, I really didn't think anything bad. I told her, it's okay. Let's just wait for tomorrow. Maybe her phone died, or maybe she fell asleep at her friend's house. That's what happened that night.
And do you have any recollection about what time approximately that was?
I would say from 10 to 11. I can't say for sure what time.
That's all right. So after you got the call, what did you weren't overly concerned at that point?
I wasn't.
About anything. What did you do after the phone call with your mother?
I do believe I tried calling her, and then when she didn't respond, I just texted my mom back. She didn't answer me.
Did you receive any other calls or texts from anybody about Susie that night?
No.
All right. Did any of her friends reach out to you in some way and say, anything about Susie?
That night, no.
Okay. So After you talked to your mother that night, just kind of walk us through what the rest of your night looked like.
I was already asleep, so I think I just fell back asleep.
And what was the next thing that happened in relation to your sister disappearing?
The next thing, I went to work the next day around 6 a.m. So I remember that morning, like 2 hours into my shift, I believe, my mom called me. She's like, hey, Susie still hasn't come back home. I'm worried. And that's when I also started to get worried. So I told her just to give me a couple minutes. I'm going to talk to my bosses to see if they can let me go home. Because we wanted to make a police report. I was like, okay, wait for me. I'm about to be there. And I left, and that's when we called 911.
Okay. And what kind of work do you do?
At that time, I worked at a warehouse.
At a warehouse?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, once you left, where did you go in order to file the police report?
We called it at my mom's house.
Okay. So, you went to your mother's house. Did y'all just call like 911 at that point?
911.
Okay. And where did you meet the officers at?
In the driveway at our house.
Who all was present when the police showed up there?
It was my mom, Axel, and me.
And approximately what time, if you recall, did the police show up to take that report?
I can't say for sure, but I think 9 a.m. from 10 a.m.
Okay. So in the morning hours the next morning?
Yes.
Now, by that time, what information did you have about where Susie was at?
I can't recall exactly how it happened, but I know at that time we already had the screenshots to the Live 360 about her on the way home, and then all of a sudden moving directions, and then the crash alert. We did have that, just those screenshots.
Okay. And how did you get those screenshots?
I can't say if Kaya sent them to me or my mom sent it to me, because Kaya sent it to her.
Okay. And did you know, you say Kaya, who is Kaya?
One of her best friends.
Now, did you know Kaya?
Yes.
All right, and how did you know her?
Well, Susie would bring her to the house. That's how I met her. And then sometimes we would all go out together, or they would ask me to take them somewhere, or just give them a ride.
Did you have Kaya's phone number? Did she have your phone number?
Yes.
So she could have sent you these text messages?
She could have.
Text messages, excuse me. The screenshots of Life 360.
Yes.
Had you talked to your mother or anybody else about the night before where Susie was going or where she ended up going?
No, just my mom.
I'm sorry?
You're asking if anybody else knew where she went?
Well, by the time you called the police, the next morning when you showed up to the house and the police get called, had you talked to your mother or anybody else to learn where more information, right, about where Susie was supposed to go the night before or where she actually went?
I think Axel. I asked Axel because I know I did go pick him up and he was there with us for the police report. So I believe that I asked him. I'm not sure. I can't remember if I did ask Esmeralda or Kaya or if my mom asked them on behalf of me. I'm not sure.
I understand. So Axel, and who is Axel?
Susana's boyfriend.
Her boyfriend? Okay. Now, you went and picked him up and brought him back to your mother's house, and so he was present along with you and your mother when you called the police?
Yes.
What was at that point when you talked to the police and made a report, did you speak mostly with the police?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you interpret for your mother?
Yes.
Now, and at that time, what was your understanding of where Susie had been the night before?
Well, that day we learned that she didn't go to Esmeralda's house like she had asked, or told my mom. She went to Kelly's house instead, and we found out because of the Live 360.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may at this point, before we go any further, if I could just have a continuing objection.
Certainly.
That way I'm not interrupting.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, sir.
You said that she had gone to Kelly's house, and you knew that because of the Live 360.
Yes.
Okay, and what do you mean by that? How did you know that because of Live 360?
Because I know Esmeralda lives in the neighborhood right in front of us, and she went to the apartment complex another way.
So, once you made the report, did you tell the police all of this information that you're sharing with us? Did you tell the police that then?
Yes.
What did you and your family do at that point?
At that point, since we knew where we imagined she would have walked, we started walking that same area, and we talked to like any stores that are like on that street, and we also passed duplexes as well. So we were looking for cameras for like the rings. So we were just trying to get to see if anybody could maybe have seen her. So that's what we were doing that about the following day.
I understand. Well, you said, and right now, 1 minute, I'm going to grab this board over here.
Let me take this opportunity. All cell phones must be turned off. The deputies will collect cell phones if the people in the courtroom cannot abide by that rule. I just heard a cell phone go off. Sorry, Mr. Delphont.
Can I respond back, please?
Certainly.
May I approach the witness?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you. I've marked this as State's Exhibit number 32, and I'll publish it here in a moment to everybody and hopefully turn it. But this State's Exhibit number 32, do you recognize what is depicted here?
Yes.
All right, and what is it?
It's the road where we live on and the road where the Life 360 was going towards.
Okay. Is this kind of a map of the general area around where you live and some of the events in this case happened?
Yes.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate map or depiction of the area?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 32 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 32 is admitted without objection.
And Judge, may I publish to the jury?
Yes, you may.
And I'm going to, y'all are fine to stay right there. I'm not going to hit you. I'm just going to move this back.
And if any jurors need to stand up or come into the well, meaning outside of your box to see this, just raise your hand. We'll make arrangements for you to be able to see this.
All right. Now, and actually, because this is going to be really difficult to do, no matter how I arrange this, is it all right with the court and with you if you can step down and we can show some things on here for me? Is that all right with the court?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask my bailiffs to reposition themselves to maybe the front row. Or that, yeah, that'll be fine in front of the door. Thank you.
Perfect, right there. Jasmine, you come right up here for me. All right, now, I just want you to, and maybe I'll switch with you. You can stand over here. I just want you to point out a few things to the jury. Would you identify on this map just what roadways, what are the major roadways here that we're looking at?
Reynolds, Dillington, Susana Reynolds, and this one that I closely put up.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you to speak up because you don't have a microphone, and my court reporter needs to make sure she gets down your testimony, okay?
Dillington Road, State Reynolds, and then Indian Trail. Those are the main roadways.
And can you point out to the jury where it is that Susana and your mother lived at the time?
It's right here.
Okay. And you're pointing there, and that's actually labeled in red as Susana Morales at home. Is that
Mr.
correct?
Delphont, I want to ask you to move back the juror right there. I just want to make sure that juror can see.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I know.
get this available for everybody here. All right. Can everybody see? Okay. Where in relation to the home, did you used to live in that same home?
Yes.
Okay, so your old home, where in relation to that is the apartment complex, the Sterling Glen apartment complex where Kelly lived at?
So I know there's, if I'm not wrong, this is the exit way, and then here's an entrance way. So all these apartments right here.
Okay, so this area right here on the map that's got labels for Kelly Pagoda home and Miles Bry home, that's the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. A moment ago you testified that you and your family started going around on the way she walked home.
Yes.
Looking at the way she walked home. Can you show the jury how she would have walked from, or how anybody would have walked from Sterling Glen apartments back to your home, or your mother's home on Santa Ana Drive?
Yes. So we weren't sure which way she would have taken, but we did walk from the exit way because this is only a one-way entrance. So this is the only way in. But you can go out as well. This is the exit. So we walked all this right here. So we weren't sure if she left through here or she did the whole.
Okay. And just so I can be a little bit more descriptive here, this apartment complex, does it have? It has a main entrance.
Yes, it has a main entrance.
All right. So can you enter and exit from that main entrance?
Yes.
All right. And where is that? You point out to the jury where that's located, the main entrance.
Mr. Delphont. Mr. Delphont.
So that's on Indian Trail Road, that main entrance?
Yes.
All right, so there, you said there was another exit way. I think you said it was an exit only.
Yes.
And point out to the jury where that's at.
It's right here, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And you're pointing at, is that on Singleton Road?
Yes.
Okay. So you said that you weren't sure which way Susana would have taken home at the time. So did you, what areas did you walk to look for things?
We walked on this road right here. There's a lot of grass. We did search to maybe we saw anything for personal belongings, and we did go into the apartments as well.
Okay. Now, you said you went into the apartments. When you got into the apartments, where did you go or what did you look for?
Everywhere we would ask anybody around if they seen her. We would just walk around, see if we could see anything. We weren't really sure what was going on, so we would just honestly look anywhere. Especially we had the food people, because the food people. It's a restaurant. No, this is a grocery store, so we would always look there.
Okay. So at the apartment complex, is this the next morning or the next day that y'all are walking these areas?
It was that same day we walked.
Okay. How many folks do you think you spoke to in the apartment complex asking if they've seen anything?
I can't recall, but I know anybody that would have talked to us if we asked.
Okay. And sometimes it's helpful to give kind of a range or something, but you think it was more than 10 or more than 50?
More than 10.
More than 10, okay. Now, did you also, so you looked obviously, you pointed earlier at Singleton Road that you kind of walked down. Did you end up walking from like the Windscape Village, the main entrance here on Indian Trail, up to Singleton in this area here?
I don't think we walked, but I know we drove.
Okay.
But we did walk right here, because I know that's where the last location came. So we did walk all through it when we went into the forest to see if we saw any of the belongings as well.
Okay. Now this over here, and you pointed, and there's obviously labels on this already, but would you show the jury, when you received the Life 360 screenshots, what was it indicating about Susana's location?
That she could have been there, but it mostly indicated that her phone died there, and it indicated there that first there was a crash.
Where that crash alert thing. Okay.
There was 2 screenshots, I believe, one pinpoint right here and one pinpoint more into, but I can't say for sure if it's accurate. But we did ask all those buildings right there.
Okay.
They had seen her.
Understood. So and the buildings you're talking about here, there's a label for Oak Trace. Is that the area you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Now, you and your family also went and canvassed that area?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just best that you can remember, ballpark kind of, how many people did you speak to in that area?
Probably around 10 or more as well.
All right. And in talking to people at both locations, the Sterling Glen Apartments and here, did you receive any information from anybody, any leads as to where her location was? Okay. You also mentioned Food Depot, and I think you pointed out this building over here, and I'm going to get back out of the way, but this building over here, you mentioned that's a grocery store that's there on Singleton Road? Did you go there?
Yes, we went there. I think we put flyers all around this area. So all around the Food Depot, this is the Checkers, so we would go everywhere putting the flyers.
And did you go to all the businesses kind of up and down there looking for information?
Yes.
Did you ask them anything about video?
Yes, we did. That's where we got the camera footage on this place.
All right, and you're pointing at that place. What is that place?
It's an academy. I think it's a daycare and also for old people.
Okay. So,
I don't know the right term.
So it's you think maybe a daycare, but they also want to take care of elderly people as well?
I think so, yes.
But that business, you obtained video footage from that business? Yes. All right. Were you able to obtain video footage from any other business other than that one? Did you attempt it? Did you try?
Yes. Checkers, we tried, but they said they needed law enforcement to go, so we did let the lieutenant at the time know. And a couple of these duplexes right here had Ring cameras. I believe one of these did, and then a duplex right here as well. And I remember one of the cameras here as well had houses had cameras, but they weren't home at the time, so I didn't even know, but they needed back home, so like weeks later.
Okay. And when you say weeks later, is that an issue as it relates to the footage?
It was, because I left a note and it said that their camera Stories.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to your say.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay, let me ask a different one. Are you familiar with those kind of devices? Are you familiar with any kind of, I use the term retention period, but what I mean is how long those devices keep and store video footage?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. There's no foundation that there is a definitive time frame or that it cannot be manipulated manually by the owner of the ringtone.
I think she's saying that this witness does not have the expertise.
What
I believe is what you're saying.
I'm not really sure what her objection is, Judge.
Okay.
But what I'm asking the witness is, in her personal experience, does she have any idea how long videos stay on the ring camera? I think if she knows the answer to that, she can answer it. I mean, certainly if somebody saves it or does something different, that's maybe a different answer. That's not what I'm asking her. I'm asking.
She knows.
I do have a ring personally, but if I reply it wasn't a ring, it was just like a camera, like an outside camera.
Okay. All right. And so do you have any idea or knowledge about what kind of camera that was or service?
I'm not the brand, no, I don't.
Did you ever get any other video footage from anyone other than the one from Keith? Okay. I have more questions for you, but I think that's all I have as it relates to this chart right now. So if you want to, you can have a seat back on the stand. So that day, we've talked about the looking and the canvassing that you and your family did. After that, did you participate in any other attempts to locate Susie?
Yes, we did hang around flyers around that certain area, but we also looked at the main intersection, like the busiest places near us. So it would be like Jimmy Carter, up by the high school, Meadow Creek. So we would go around with either the flyers, but we also made like this poster that you have right here. We would put her picture there, missing, and so we would just like stand at the intersection and just hold it up for everybody to see. So we would do that several times a day.
So you would stand even in the middle of the intersection, not in the middle, but kind of on the side of the intersection?
Yes, like at the cross points, we would stand right there.
Did anybody ever reach out to you or and call a random stranger, call and say they've seen Susie anywhere?
Yeah, a lot.
How many different calls do you think you got?
From that first day, it was like about 10 a day or more, at all hours.
Okay. Any idea in total how many times people called you and said we've seen her here or there?
More than 100.
Did you and your family ever follow up on those?
On all of them that we could, that were like in our hands to? Yes, we did.
Did you ever, when you went and looked at different areas, did you ever find anything related to Susie's disappearance?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell the police about those?
Yes, every single one.
Okay. So every time you got a call, you would relay that to the police?
Yes.
Okay. And who was at the time, in the initial part of the investigation, who was the police officer that you would talk to?
At the time, Sergeant Biggers.
Okay. I want to show you what is marked as State's Exhibits 18, 18.1, 18.2, 18.3, 18.4, 18.5, and 18.6. You take a look at them, and after you've looked at them, let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize them?
Under the screenshots of the Live 360.
Okay. Now, very generally, the screenshots of Live 360 are the screenshots of Live 360 that you received the morning after Susie disappeared.
Yes.
Do these photographs here appear to be fair and accurate representations of the screenshots you received of the Life 360 notifications?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit at this time State's Exhibits 18 through 18.6.
Okay, any other objections? Okay. States 18.1 through 18.6 are admitted without objection except the continuing objection that's on the record.
For the record, because I labeled things a little differently, I had it as 18 and then 18.1 through 18.6.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem. I just want to make sure.
18.0 through 18.6 are admitted without objection except for the continuing objection.
All right. Also, I'll show you a few other things. I'm going to let Ms. Drake see these first.
Do you need some water?
Okay, thank you.
Now, may I have permission to publish 18 through 18.6?
Yes.
And if you can, could you go ahead and publish number 18?
And is the glare bothering any of the jurors? I can turn that light that's right over the video. Everybody can see? Okay.
This out of the way just so that it doesn't block anything. Now, is it possible to zoom in on that? There we go. All right. This is State's Exhibit number 18. Jasmine, can you see this?
Yes.
And you also have a screen to your right. It might be a little easier for you to look at as well. This screenshot, did you receive this screenshot the next morning after Susie disappeared?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what does this say? I have never used Life 360, so you'll have to forgive me. There's a lot of technology that I haven't used before, but can you explain to the jury kind of what we're looking at here on this screenshot?
It's just an approximate time that she was at a certain place. So it says 7:28 to 9:58.
All right, so let's say that a little. So you say this is a approximation of, I'm sorry. Can you say it again? I'm not trying to.
It's an approximate time that she was at a certain location.
Okay, approximate time she did it. What was the on here? What is the documented time of this screenshot?
7:28 to 9:58.
And does it indicate AM or PM?
PM on both.
Okay. So this is the evening of July 26th, 2022, 7:28 to 9:58 p.m. And what location is it that is referenced on this screenshot?
It's pinging on Sterling Glen Apartments.
It's at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
I'm not sure if that's the name.
Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, fantastic. Sterling Glen Apartments. Even if you're not sure that's the name, let me ask you, is this the apartment complex that we were looking at and we've been talking about where Kelly lives and where you guys went and canvassed?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to the next one, 18.1. Zoom out for me just a little bit.
Your Honor, would the court mind if I stood up there just so I
You
could
could
see?
feel free to move wherever you need to, Ms. Drake.
It is hard. Okay, so can you see that, Jasmine?
Yes.
All right, we have 18, this is the State's Exhibit 18.1 that's on the screen. And I'm going to ask if I can for you guys to, well, before you zoom in, are you familiar with Life 360?
Yes.
Okay, and when you see, can you describe to the jury what we're seeing in this image? What is this documenting?
It's just showing when she started moving, so that she left. I'm guessing 9:58 she left the apartments and traveled back that way. I was always a little confused about this screenshot, but that's what it's showing, just the trip that she made at that time.
Okay, so let me ask you a couple other questions. Life 360, does it document trips that you take as you're walking or driving?
Yes, everything.
Okay, so it documents everything.
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this, does it document a starting location from where a trip would start?
Yes, the white circle.
White circle. And where is the white circle located at in this screenshot?
And the Sterling Glen apartments.
Okay. And when does it say that the trip begins?
At 9:58.
9:58. Is that PM?
PM, yes.
Now, there are some lines as I look at it. I don't know anything about Life 360, but there's some lines that go from point to point. Kind of looks like a jigsaw puzzle or something on here as I look at it. But is there an ending location on this trip?
Yes.
All right, and what indicates the ending location on here?
The little other location icon, the black one.
Location icon, and I'm just going to walk up here just so I can make sure I'm clear. Are you talking about this one?
Yes.
Okay, so the white dot here is the beginning.
Yes.
And this dot here is the ending.
Yes.
Okay. And does the screenshot document an ending time?
Yes, 10:07 p.m.
10:07 p.m. Okay. Now, where is the ending at?
It shows the exit we were talking about of the apartments, but I can't say for sure where it's pinged at.
Okay, so, and I'm not looking for an exact location, but just generally where is it at?
The apartments.
Okay, the apartments as well. All right.
I think, sorry.
And that's okay. Can we move to State's Exhibit 18.2? Can you see that, Jasmine?
Yes.
Okay. 18.2. Would you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
This is just showing another trip she made. It was a drive. So there it shows the time for about how long, and it should show the speed. Yes, it shows the speed at the bottom.
Okay. And would y'all mind zooming in just a little bit on this one? Okay, there we go. All right, now, again, where is is it the same on this one where the white circle indicates the beginning and I think you said location icon indicates the end?
No, it's different.
Well, I'm not saying they're the same location.
Oh.
But does on all these trips that are taken, does the white circle indicate the beginning?
Yes.
All right, and the location icon, does that indicate the end?
Yes.
Of the trip? Okay. On this one, where approximately is the white starting location for this trip?
It just shows at the intersection of Sillington with Indian Trail.
Okay. And then where is the ending point?
Near O'Clock Trace.
All right, near O'Clock Trace. Give us the time at when this trip began and when it ended.
It began at 10:21 p.m. and ended at 10:26 p.m.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move on to State's Exhibit. Let's just move on to 18.3. 6. We'll skip over a couple, we'll come back. All right, and yes, thank you very much. You already read my mind, so I'm going to zoom in. What are we looking at here, Jasmine? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we looking at?
It's a notification that Life 360 sent that it detected a sudden motion. Usually they send an alert. There's like a sudden stop. It does alert you in case of an accident or anything.
Okay. And was this screenshot sent to you as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is the time at which, and I guess let me ask you, could you, it's hard to read for me, and I know that many of you might have trouble reading that text. Can you zoom in just a little bit more, please?
Okay, let me try this.
There we go. All right, that's a little better. My eyes are going. So.
Does that help the jury? Okay.
And it might just be easier. Jasmine, can you read out the message that was sent?
Life 360 detected sudden motion on Susana's phone. This could be the result of a collision, hard braking, or a drop phone. We suggest that you call Susana to check on them, and it provides her number. It says when we hear from them, we'll let you know, and then it sends a link to view her current location.
Okay. So that allows the person who receives this. What does the link allow the person who received the message to do?
The link will just take you to Life 360 and it'll show you her most updated location.
Okay. And this this message, I'm going to move now to States Exhibits 18.3, and then we'll go to 18.4. But let's just start with 18.3 if we can. All right. Now, when you clicked on that link, did it show you this location here at Oak Block Trace?
Yes. Well, I wasn't able to click on it, but that was the what it showed when you clicked on it.
Okay, how do you know that?
I'm just familiar with the app, so I know that's what it would show, her last updated location.
Okay, so when you click on that, it shows the last updated. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, it shows up there under Susana, last updated now.
Very good. Now, these screenshots are not from your phone, right?
No.
All right. The 18.3, and if we could maybe zoom in a little bit on this for me. That'd be the bottom half of it. All right. The last location that this image displays, what is the location?
Near Oak Block Trace, on State Road, sorry.
Now, on this one, it's a little different because instead of having a white circle or a location icon, it appears to me to be a photograph, perhaps. What is that photograph of?
It would be the contact picture that they had for her, saved for on the phone.
Okay, for whom?
For Susana.
Okay. So, for Kaya, she had that photograph saved as
the profile picture. Yes.
Okay, I understand. And where does, on this particular one, it says that she has been in this location since when?
10:30 p.m.
Okay. Also, if we can go on to 18.4, please. And same thing if you could zoom in for me, please. All right. And now, if you can point out, and I'm going to give you these two photographs because it's easier, I think, if you look at them side by side. I just don't know how to get them both on the screen at the same time. But the one we just looked at and this one, 18.4, what is, has anything changed as it relates to these two photographs?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what the difference is.
On the one that we just seen, it shows more of location on the road, and then the one that's displaying right now, it shows her more inside of Oak Block Trace.
And that area there, is that a neighborhood?
Yes, it's a neighborhood.
Okay. In fact, I want to go ahead and show you at this point what I have marked as States Exhibit 51. I've previously shown this to Ms. Drake, And do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 51?
Yes.
All right, and what is it?
It's a satellite view of Oak Log Trail.
Okay, and I say Oak Log Trail?
Yes.
All right, is this the same Oak Log neighborhood we're talking about on these screenshots?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that neighborhood?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 51.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 51 is admitted without objection.
All right, now, and I don't have a, unfortunately, this one I didn't scan in. This is the only one that I didn't get scanned in, and so I don't have it to put up here on the screen. But if I may, Judge, I'm going to ask the witness a question, and I'm going to ask to publish this to the jury, and just I'll let it pass it between the jurors, if that's okay.
Yes.
All right. Can you put State's Exhibit 18.4 back up for me? On this area here, I'm just going to give you my pen. Can you circle on State's Exhibit 51 kind of the general area where it says that, and you don't have to be exact, just general area where it says that location is, her location is on Oak Log Trace. Probably should have given you a Sharpie, but that's what we have. Judge, I'm going to show this to Ms. Drake with the alteration to it. Where she circled here. All right, can I publish this to the jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And the jurors can just maybe take a look at it and pass it once they're done. You got these screenshots, and then because of those, you went and started looking and canvassing the area for Susie?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go into the neighborhood, the Oak Log Trace neighborhood, and look for her?
Yes.
And did you find her phone? The phone, it says here, has been there since 10:30 p.m. Did you find her phone?
No.
Did you find anything suspicious at that point, a crashed vehicle or anything like that?
No, we didn't.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of Susie being there?
No.
I want to show you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibits 34 and 35. I showed these to Ms. Drake. Do you recognize these photographs? You can look through them and just let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
All right, and what are they images of? Or what are they? Excuse me.
Satellite images of my mom's neighborhood.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate representation of that area in your mother's neighborhood?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 34 and 35. Is that what it is?
Yes, 34 and 35.
34 and 35.
Yes.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 34 and 35 are admitted without objection.
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
All right. Can you put up 34 for me, please? So on this, there's obviously a red location icon. Can you tell us what that is representing?
My mom's house.
Okay, that's your mother's house. Since over here to the right-hand side, are you familiar with what this area is over here?
The apartments.
You say the apartments. Can you be more specific?
The Sterling Glen apartments.
The Sterling Glen apartments. Okay.
Yes.
And have you ever measured how far it is from your mother's house to the edge of those apartments?
No.
Give me your best guess on how far you think it is.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a little. Is it like walking through like here or around?
Just as we're looking on this image, you can turn and look right here. From your mom's house here to this building here, this neighborhood complex. Just ballpark how far you think it is. If you know, and if you don't know and you can't answer it, that's okay.
I don't, sorry.
No problem. I don't want you to guess. And And I'm going to go to 35. You can just flip one. All right. And similar, although maybe from a little bit of a different angle, the red icon here, the location icon, what is that location?
My mom's house.
Okay. And again, down here, got a little bit of a bigger view, but down here in this area where we've got the Windscape Village Lane labels here, do you know what that area is?
Yes.
And what is that area?
Sterling Glen Apartments.
Sterling Glen Apartments. All right. Thank you. And the last piece of evidence I need to show you here is exhibit number 24, and I should have shown this to Ms. Drake if I didn't already. I just want to make sure. I'm going to show you State's exhibit number 24. I want you to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
All right. What is it?
It's camera footage of the video we got at King David's Academy.
The surveillance footage?
Yes, surveillance footage, yes.
All right. Walk me through, how did you obtain that footage?
So that day, I remember telling you that we walked the whole place, so we went to several businesses to see who would be able to give us that footage, and they were one of them that did help us out. So I remember talking to a couple of people, and so we were able to figure out the guy in charge of all the electronics and stuff, and he was able to provide us with that footage.
Okay. So, have you viewed that?
Yes.
How do you know that you viewed that disc?
My initials are there.
Okay, so you put your initials on that disc after you viewed it?
Yes.
Is the footage that's contained on that disc a fair and accurate copy of the footage you obtained from King David Academy?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to admit State's exhibit number 24.
24.
No objection.
All right, State's exhibit number 24 is admitted without objection.
In the video, were they able to download the video and give it to you, or how did you actually get the footage that's on this disc?
The one that's on there, we just took a recording with my phone.
Okay. Now, so you, in describing, kind of walk us through what's happening in the room as you're obtaining that footage.
And then we were just, he was asking us for an approximate time that we think so he can check. So we provided the time on the Live 360, and that's when we were able to see her walking direction to my mom's house.
Okay. Would you go ahead and display, go ahead and display State's exhibit number 24.
The time is, it's literally 9:46. That is her.
That's her. Sí, es ella.
Wow.
Entonces sí la levantaron de ahí, mami.
Thank God.
Oh my God. Ahora sí se la llevaron de ahí, entonces. No sabemos nada más.
Jasmine, as you watch that, and now I'm sure you've watched it many times, but I'm going to take you back to the first time that you saw it in that video. How did you know it was Susana?
The curls, I just know her body, and more specifically the shirt she was wearing, the yellow tank top, and the blue jeans, the white Crocs.
Okay. So you knew what she was wearing.
Yes.
The last time she was seen. You also, I think you mentioned, you know your sister?
Yes.
You know what her body looks like, body type, stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you recognize her immediately when you saw that?
Immediately.
You obtained that footage, and then what ultimately, was that the next day, or was it sometime later?
I can't remember exactly. It would have been either that same day, the 27th, or the following day.
Okay. We've talked a lot about the efforts on the, and I say on the day, it's technically the next day, July 27th, all of the efforts that you and your family went through. After that, let's move past that initial day or two. Did you go ever looking and canvassing other areas, looking for your sister?
Yes.
And how many times do you think?
More than 20.
More than 20. And for, I guess, over what period of time? Maybe if you can recall, what was the last time that you went out and looked?
I can't recall the exact time, but it was all those months that we until we found out her remains were found.
Okay. So another way of saying that, did you ever stop going out and looking for your sister?
I didn't hear that. No, sorry.
Got to speak right into those microphones. They don't pick up too great. So your sister, was she? How did she feel about her phone?
She was attached to her phone. She was attached to her phone.
Attached to her phone. Okay. And this, I imagine, pretty common for teenagers in general.
Yes.
Is there? Have you ever seen her willingly give up her phone or throw it out or get rid of it?
No.
The area there at Oak Lock Trace that we were just talking about, we've looked at the maps now. Are you aware of any friends or family that Susana would have had any business going to see there that night?
No.
Now, I want to ask, did you ever know Susana, I'll call her Susie, that's what you call her. Did you ever know Susie to run away from home and not come back?
No.
Let me ask you, sometimes, and I'm a little bit further from being a teenager than you are, but sometimes teenagers and their parents get upset at one another and have arguments, don't get along, and leave the house. Right? A teenager might leave the house because they don't want to be there. Did Susie ever, that you're aware of, ever leave her home and not because she and your mother or you and her got into an argument, leave the home?
No.
Okay. Now, was there ever a time that you can recall where, and I'll ask you this first, that Susie was somewhere and you should have known about it, but you didn't know that she was there?
Not that I can recall.
Was there ever a time that you recall your mother telling you about, or in the family, just in that family dynamic, knowing about that Susie didn't tell you guys where she was at?
No.
Okay. Did you know her friends? I'll start with Rose. I think her name is actually Esmeralda Castillo. Did you know her?
Yes.
All right. And how long had you known her?
Years.
Would you ever spend time with her?
Yes.
And what about and you also said you knew Kaya.
Yes.
As well. And how well did you know her?
They were all friends since middle school, so maybe about 3-4 years.
Okay. What about Kelly? Do you know Kelly?
I think I had heard of her, but I didn't know her personally.
All right. And what about Alyssa? Did you know Alyssa?
No.
Okay. Now, did you know that your sister smoked marijuana?
Yes.
All right. And how did you know that?
I would smell it on her. That's mainly how I found out.
Did you ever talk to her about it?
Yes.
Okay. And I said, as a sister, was it just a conversation, or were you confronting her, or kind of what's the nature of the conversations you're having with her?
Kind of everything, confronting her. I would try to tell me like why she's doing it, what makes her want to do it. I'm trying to get her to stop.
Did you ever know Susie to, other than marijuana, did you ever know her to use any other kind of drug?
I did find pops in the room.
What are that? What is that? Excuse me.
They're like they're vapes.
Okay.
I'm not really sure exactly.
Okay, so you found like a vape pen that people use and smoke?
Yes.
Okay. And Susie was 16, so I know generally the laws about tobacco and minors. She shouldn't have had those?
No.
Okay. So other than a vape pen and marijuana, did you know anything else? Susie, did you do any other drugs?
No.
At any point, did you go through Susie's journal or diary?
Yes.
Was there anything in there related to her use of any other kind of drug than marijuana?
Yes. I recall in the diary she mentioned something about trying. I can't recall exactly the name. I don't know if it was Crystal. I can't remember, but I remember her talking about she didn't want to do it or she didn't like it. I can't say for sure the name of the drug, sorry.
Okay. A few questions about that. There was something in the diary. She mentioned a name of some kind of drug.
Yes.
You may recall Crystal, but you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Do you know, you said though, what else did she say about doing that drug?
It was just that. Okay. That she, I think she just wrote about how she felt. I can't remember exactly, but I do recall saying she didn't like it.
She didn't like it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea, do you recall, I don't know if Susie dated her journal entries or diary entries, but was there any indication as to how long before she disappeared that entry was made?
I would assume a couple of weeks because it was one of the first pages she had written more after that.
Okay, it was one of the first pages.
One of the first pages.
And do you have any idea how long she had been writing in that?
I don't.
Okay. So there were other entries after that?
Yes.
And I assume based on the number of entries and stuff like that, you came up with maybe an approximation in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. After Susie disappeared, we've talked about a lot of looking, a lot of people calling and talking to you. Did you yourself ever receive any, I use the general term communication, text message, phone call, social media, anything? Any messages, communication whatsoever from Susie after she disappeared?
No.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Probably 3 days before. I texted her.
You texted her. So after that text, a few days before, no calls, texts, or communications with her after that?
No.
How did you hear about the police finding her body?
It was the day of the funeral. I can't recall if either Carter or Sergeant Biggers texted or called me, but they just let us know that they had something to tell us, and so we came down to the police station, and that's where they informed us.
Okay. And at that time, when you found out...
No, I'm sorry. I'm confusing my days. It wasn't the funeral. It was... I think they were going to go with us somewhere. I think to get more of her dental records, if I'm not beginning. But I remember them come to the house. I was at my mom's house. And then when they got there, we were already going outside, and they asked us to go back inside to talk. And that's when they informed us. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's not a problem. I appreciate you correcting yourself. That's, what went through your mind when you found out?
A lot of things. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want it to be true. I wanted to see her. I wanted proof that it was actually her. I didn't want to believe that it was her because up to that point we were still expecting for her to come home.
Did the police, or did you otherwise find out generally the area where her body was found?
Yes.
Is there that area in Decula, in the woods there, anybody around that area that Susana would have had any reason to go see?
No.
No friends or family that she would have been visiting there?
No.
Now, at some point, were you made aware of the person that the police charged somebody with her death?
Yes, that was the day of the funeral.
Day of the funeral.
Yes.
And now obviously, we're a long ways from that, but did you at some point see his photograph?
Yes, when the news published it, I believe.
Let me ask you, did you recognize him?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Had Susie told you anything about a Miles Bryant?
No.
Had Susie told you anything about a guy she was seeing that she hadn't told anybody about?
No.
Had Susie told you anything about a cop that she was talking to, or that she met, or that she knew?
No.
I think those are all the questions I have for you at this time, Jasmine. Okay. Ms. Drake is probably going to have some questions for you.
Okay, I'm gonna give the jury a break. We've been going, and I think one of the jurors might need to stretch his legs. We will reconvene at 2:45. Just one moment, I'm sorry. If the attorneys will approach. It's whatever it is. I just. I come off the bench, or if in between when witnesses are changing. I have issued that order because it was becoming disturbing, the amount of press and people in and out, and the doors were causing the jury to be distracted, and I want to ensure that Mr. Bryant has a fair trial. All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay, to bring the jury in.
Your Honor, may I?
Sure. Sure. And that DVD, you took that DVD back to your desk? Okay, okay. I'm making my notes. All right, is state ready? Is defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I believe the defense may have some cross-examination of Ms. Perez.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Jazz.
Good afternoon.
I know we've seen each other, but I don't know that I've ever officially introduced myself. My name is Tracy Drake. I appreciate you being here today.
Of course, thank you.
I just have a few questions for you. You indicated that y'all had put out flyers.
Yes.
Originally, whose name was on the flyer to call?
Mine and Esmeralda's.
Do you recall speaking to Detective Carter back in January of 23 at the police department? You and your mom went in and spoke with her?
Yes.
Of course, y'all went in separately.
Yes.
Do you remember telling her that Esmeralda's number was on the flyer, so you had to make new flyers?
Yes.
Okay. You also told her you thought it was weird that Esmeralda wanted to be the first to know about everything?
Yes.
After the first couple of weeks, after Susie went missing, did communication with Esmeralda and some of her other friends kind of stop?
Can't recall exactly, but I did remain with communication with Kaya and Esmeralda. Maybe not as frequently, but yes.
I want to go back to her diary. Actually, let's talk about some other stuff first. So, I'm going to show you what's already been marked and shown to the jury. State's Exhibit 18. That indicates that she was at Windscape Village Lane from 7:28 until 9:58.
Yes.
Now, if your mom testified that she left the house at 6, do you know where she was at between 6 and 7:28?
I don't.
Did anyone ask her friend to send those particular screenshots?
Sorry, I can't recall if we asked her or she just sent them. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you a couple more questions. So on State's Exhibit 18.5, which again has already been entered into evidence, this is one of the screenshots that says her phone has been out of battery since 10:30 p.m. the previous day. So on the night that she left, her battery was dead at 10:30.
Yes.
Correct?
I'm going to object because she's not asking a question, she's making a statement. Okay. So I'd ask her to form a question.
Okay, I'm going to sustain that objection, Ms.
Okay, I said correct, but okay. The crash or dropping or hard braking text was sent at 10:29.
I need you to ask a question, not make a statement.
Okay, was sent at 10:29, correct?
Yes.
So 1 minute after this was sent, her battery died.
Yes.
According to these?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Drake, I'm going to ask you to ask questions. I think.
Okay. What is this little side piece in 18.3? Do you know?
It just shows that she's on a FaceTime call while taking the screenshot.
Okay, thank you. I always wondered that. I wasn't sure. And you're familiar with Life 360?
Yes, ma'am.
And in States Exhibit 18.3, it shows a specific location and it states near Steve Reynolds Boulevard. Is that correct?
Yes.
On States 18.4, however, it's different. What is different between 18.3 and 18.4 as regarding her location?
On 18.3, it says near Steve Reynolds, and 18.4 near Oaklock Trail, and the location being different.
If you will look at the picture, what is different from this marking of location and this marking of location?
18.3 shows more on the main street, and then 18.4 shows more into the neighborhood.
Okay. Does this big purple circle around the dot show a general location?
Yes.
Now, do you know who lives at 3251 Windscape Village Lane?
I don't.
And do you know on 18.1 is what I'm referencing, does it show that she left Kelly's apartment or that address at 9:58?
Sorry, repeat the question one more time.
Does it show that she left 3298 Windscape Village Lane at 9:58?
Yes.
And she walked somewhere and then came back at 10:07 to 3251 Windscape Village Lane. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Do you have any idea where she went and crisscrossed back?
I don't.
Now, do you have Life 360?
I do.
And you're familiar with it?
Yes.
And you're familiar with crash detection?
Yes.
That little email or text, for lack of a better word, that was received. So you are aware that there are certain things that have to happen in order for that alert to be enabled.
Yes.
What has to be done for that to be enabled?
I'm assuming a hard stop while maybe on a drive.
Since you're familiar with Life 360, are you aware of certain conditions that have to be happening for it to be working?
Exactly conditions? No, I don't.
So you're not aware that, let me see if I can refresh your memory real quick.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point because she's asked the witness if she's aware of any of these conditions that have to be met. She said no. At this point, Ms. Drake is going to be testifying by just trying to interject some testimony that this witness has already said she doesn't know the answer to, and she's not trying to refresh her recollection. She doesn't know it. It's not that she doesn't remember it.
Ms. Drake?
I think I can ask her another question. I have her on cross. If she remembers anything about what the battery life has to be on a phone.
Okay, is that, I'm a little unclear. Is that a condition?
Yes.
She's already, I'm gonna sustain the state's objection.
Okay. So you don't know anyone at Oak Trace Apartments?
No.
The video that was played for the jury, what time was that? What time was the video?
I can't say for sure, but 9:40 to 9:50, I'm assuming.
9:40 to 9:50. So it was actually before she finally left Sterling Glen Apartments, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go back to the diary. You mentioned you thought that she had tried a drug, something crystal. Would that be crystal meth?
Can't say for sure.
Okay. Do you remember giving that, well, you said you remember giving a statement to Detective Carter.
Yes.
Do you remember telling her that she had said something about grease lightning being in her diary?
I can't recall. No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you also remember telling Detective Carter that it was something meth?
Possibly, yes. I can't say for sure.
Do you recall, well, let me just ask you, would Susie have gotten in a car with someone that she did not know?
No.
If I can have just a moment, please.
Certainly.
One more question and I promise I'll let you go. Do you remember telling Detective Carter that the reason why she didn't want to do that again is because it gave her a better high than weed?
I don't remember.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. State, have any redirect?
Just very briefly, the surveillance video that you obtained from King David Academy, do you remember exactly what the time was on the video monitor?
I can't recall the exact time, but I'm assuming more 9:48. I can't say exactly. I'm sorry.
Now, you're using the words assuming, and assuming sometimes to me means guessing.
Yes.
And so my question is, do you have a recollection at all of what the exact time was?
Your Honor, that was asked and answered. She said between 9:40 and 9:50.
Judge, I think it's a slightly different question. She said she's assuming. I'm just asking her if she knows the exact time.
I believe the question was, I believe the answer was, I'm assuming to the cross.
On 9:48.
On 9:48. No, I believe she said 9:40.
To my question, she said
9:40
9:40
to 9:50. I'm assuming. I believe she prefaced it with assuming. Okay, maybe she didn't.
I'm just trying to clarify, Judge.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objections. It's been asked and answered.
Do you recall, when you went and got that video, was there any discussion about whether or not the cameras there in the King David were off at all? The time on the cameras were off?
Yes, I remember him telling us I was a little old, so...
Hearsay.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Ma'am, you can't testify to what someone told you.
Oh.
So,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Let me ask it a different way. The times that you just testified about, 9:40 to 9:50 or 9:48, is that with the time, is it the correct time, or is that before you adjust the time for any time that was off on the camera?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no evidence of such, and this witness would not be privy to that knowledge.
She was privy to the knowledge.
Your Honor, I'm going to object if it calls for hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The video that was there that you got, the Life 360 application, 9:58, the time that Susie is starting the trip, walking home. Based on your review of the video from King David, is her being captured on that video at King David consistent with her leaving the apartment complex at 9:58 and walking home? Does that make sense?
No, I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Another way to say it maybe is that if she left the apartment complex at 9:58, when you saw her walking in front of the camera at King David, would that be an accurate time? Her walking past, if she left at 9:58, walking home down Singleton Road towards her mom's house, her being captured on that King David video, would that be an accurate time that she was captured on the King David video?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. It's a little bit confusing because he said, would that be when she left at 10? If he wants to say, is that the same path that she would have taken? That's different.
Go ahead. You understand?
I'm not understanding her objection.
I'm not either. I want to overrule the objection. Go ahead. You can answer the question, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
That's okay.
It's okay. We've got the Life 360 application. It says the trip started at 9:58 p.m.
Yes.
When you looked at the video from King David, even though the exact time you're not sure of, does it appear that it would be consistent if she left the apartment complex at 9:58? Does it appear she would have passed by King David when that video was captured?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's the question I had.
Your Honor, may I ask some more questions?
Certainly.
May I approach again?
Certainly.
And I apologize, I don't believe I asked the court.
No, you can feel free to move about the courtroom, Ms. Drake.
Thank you. .1 at 9:58 p.m. This is when she left 3298 Windscape Village, correct?
Yes.
But I'm not just asked and answered. If this is where we're going.
Sustained.
Does this 18.1 show her walking by that location?
Yes.
At what time?
It says she's left at 9:58.
She left at 9:58. Does it show her going back to Windscape Village Lane and arriving back at 10:07?
Yes.
And there are other trips that she made after that time that we don't have any data for, correct? We don't know where she went from 6 until 7:28.
Correct.
That's all I have.
When you were reviewing footage of King David, did you find any other footage of her walking past King David at any other point?
I don't think we asked for it, no.
Thank you.
Okay. May we release this witness?
Your Honor, like her mother, I also have her under subpoena, but she's more than welcome to stay in the courtroom.
Okay. All right. Ms. Perez, you can step down. Don't talk to anyone about your testimony. You're still under subpoena, but you are, the defense has consented to you staying in the courtroom. Okay. All right. State, call its next witness.
State calls Ms. Kaya Jones.
And remain standing on the podium. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Ma'am, have you ever testified in court?
No, ma'am.
Okay. My court reporter has taken everything down, so I'm going to need you to speak into the microphone and so that she can capture your words, because we have to take down everything in the courtroom. She can't see if you nod or say we might say, is that a yes or is that a no?
Okay.
There's water right here if you would like to get some now or at any time. The attorneys are going to be asking you questions. If you'll just wait till they finish what they're saying, you may anticipate their question and start trying to answer it and answer at the same time, and then my court reporter can't take you both down. So just wait till the attorneys finish their question, take a breath, and then answer so that my court reporter can get an accurate record.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jones.
Hi.
Can you state your full name?
Kaya Jones.
And can you spell your first name?
KYA.
And Ms. Jones, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Okay, and are you working or in school?
I am working currently.
Where are you working?
I'm working at a restaurant.
Okay. And what do you do at the restaurant?
I do hosting, to-goes, and serving.
And what about school? What was your last grade you finished in school?
I just graduated not that long ago, on the 22nd of last month.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Where did you graduate from?
From Meadow Creek High School.
Okay. And did you go to Meadow Creek your whole 4 years of high school?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know Susana Morales?
Yes.
How long did you know Susana?
We went to school together since elementary school.
Okay. Were you friends since elementary school?
We knew of each other, but we weren't very close until 6th grade.
Okay. What school were you in 6th grade with Susana?
Radloff Middle School.
And what did you call her?
I called her Susie, Susanna, Sue, just whatever.
And you said friends since 6th grade?
Yes.
How old were you in 6th grade?
11 or 12.
What kind of stuff did you guys like to do together?
We would go get food, we'd do makeup, we'd learn dances and songs. She used to play the ukulele, so she would learn songs on that as well. Just hang out.
Who else was in your friend group with you and Susie?
It was me, Susanna, and Esmeralda.
Did Esmeralda also go to school with you?
Yes.
Both of you? And you and Susanna were in the same grade?
Yes.
Who was older?
I was older.
How much older?
A couple months. My birthday is in October and hers is in June, so I think like 5 or 6 months, I believe.
And you said she liked music?
Yes, she loved music.
Okay. What kind of, you said the ukulele. How long did she play the ukulele?
I'm not sure. She's always had one since I've known her. She got really interested in it maybe when we were freshmen.
Did she play any other instruments?
Yeah, she had a piano as well, and then we also used to play the violin together in middle school.
Were you guys in any band or groups at school for music?
Just orchestra and chorus.
And back in July of 2022, what grade were you about to enter? Or what?
I was a sophomore, I believe. Or I was about to be a junior.
Okay. So you had finished your 10th grade and were in the summer before 11th grade?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Susie in the same grades then?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Back then in July of 2022, which area were you living in?
I was living in Duluth at the in-town suite still.
Okay. And where did Susie live?
She lived in Norcross on Singleton.
Were you, how were you able to see each other?
It just depends. If it wasn't at school, it was like somewhere outside of school. We used to have cheer practice together. I would go to Esme's house and she would also go there. We would hang out at the mall, a bunch of different places.
And you said Esme, what?
Oh, Esmeralda, sorry.
Esme is what you call her?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was Susie like that summer? You said after sophomore year going into junior year, how How would you describe her? Happy, sad, funny?
I think she was very happy. She was a very bubbly person, like, just had a really, like, shining personality. She was very sweet, very nice, very down to do anything with you.
Okay. And back then, was she still doing music in high school too?
I believe so. I believe she was still in orchestra and chorus.
And you mentioned cheer. You both cheered?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that for Meadow Creek?
Yes.
And how would you communicate with her? You guys call, text, social media?
Yeah, all of that. So like social media, FaceTiming, phone calls, texting.
What social media apps did you and Susana use?
We use TikTok, Instagram, sometimes Snapchat. Yeah.
Did you guys make TikToks or Snap videos?
Yes.
What kind of videos did you guys make?
Usually it was dancing videos, or, you know, because she was Hispanic, she would teach me a lot of dances as well, so we would do those.
Was she a good dancer?
Yes.
Were you a good dancer?
I'd like to believe so.
Okay. When you guys hung out, whose house did you hang out at?
Usually Esmeralda's house.
Did you sometimes hang out at Susie's house?
Yeah, sometimes.
And at that point, how was her relationship with her mom?
I mean, it was like any relationship a teenager has with their parent. It was, you know, I would say it wasn't bad. It was good.
Did you know her mom too?
Yeah.
And you knew Esmeralda's mom?
Yes.
Did your mom sometimes talk about you girls?
I think so, probably.
Did Susie ever talk to you about getting in any fights or disagreements with her mom?
Sometimes, but it wasn't anything that would worry me. You know, we all have fights with our parents, so.
Okay. Did any of that summer back in June and July of 2022, did anything worry you about Susie then?
No.
She was doing okay?
Yeah.
And we heard some talk before that Susana smoked marijuana. Did you know about that?
Yes.
How often would she do that?
Pretty often, I would say.
Did you know if she did any other drugs?
I don't believe so.
Did Susana ever talk to you about running away?
No, never.
Did she ever talk to you about wanting to move out or go somewhere else?
She wanted to live with Esme, but that was just because we were all so close. But never like she wanted to run away or like leave home.
How often do you think you talk to Susana?
If not every day, maybe every other day.
And with that, what form of communication would you talk to her on when you guys were talking every other day?
I would like to say it's probably mostly texting or FaceTime, but it was definitely at least a text or like a video on social media that we would send each other.
Would you see her when you were not in school during the summer break?
Yes.
How often do you think you saw her in person?
Maybe like every week, at least.
Do you know when the last time you talked to her was?
I think it was a couple of days before she went missing.
And are you familiar with the Life 360 app?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that on your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what Life 360 is.
It's an app where you can add people to your circle. You can add friends, family members, and it'll tell you their location, and you can like name places, so it'll tell you if they're at work or if they're at home.
Okay. Did you have friends or people in your circle on Life 360?
Yes.
Who was in your circle group or your friend group on Life 360?
We had a friend named Andrea Lees, Susana was in it, Esmeralda was in it, and then one more friend named Kiara.
When did you first get the Life 360 app? Do you remember?
I believe 7th grade.
Okay. And back in 7th grade when you first got it, do you think you were friends with Susana on it back then?
Yeah.
Do you still have Life 360?
Yes.
So you have used it consistently since 7th grade?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also communicate or are friends with your family on it?
Yes.
Who in your family are you on 360 with?
My aunt, my uncle, my grandma, my mom, all my siblings, my dad, and my uncles, a lot of them.
So you use it a lot?
Yes.
Okay. How often do you think you look at it?
Every day.
Every day you look
Every
at it?
day. Yes, ma'am.
Why do you look at it every day?
I would like to know where people are without having to text them, but I think the reason why I look at it every single day now is to check up on my family members and my friends to make sure everything's okay.
Why do you do that now?
Because Susana went missing.
When you look at Life 360 at you can see someone's location.
Yes.
Are you able to see if someone is walking, driving, running?
Yeah.
How do you find out if they're walking or driving?
It'll say how many miles per hour they're going. So, whenever you open Live 360, you don't even have to click on the person. It'll if somebody's driving or if there's multiple people driving, it'll show a little car next to them.
Okay. What if they're walking?
It'll show a shoe.
And if their phone is just sitting in their home or not moving, what does it show?
Just their picture, their icon.
And when you have your friends in your Life 360 circle, do you get to choose their pictures on how they show up in that?
No, they choose their pictures whenever they sign up.
Okay. So they can either is it always a picture or is it just sometimes just a regular icon?
Sometimes it's a regular icon. They don't have to put a picture. If they don't put a picture, I think it's their initial.
Okay. And when you said you look at it pretty much every day, based on you looking at it every day pretty much since 7th grade, is the person's location usually accurate on Life 360 as to where they are?
Yes, very accurate.
And are you able to know, if your mom is at your house with you, are you able to see her at your house on 360?
Yes.
Do you check on where your mom is?
Yes.
And is your mom when your mom is in your circle, can she see where you are?
Yes.
So everyone can see where everyone is at as long as you're friends in the app?
As long as you're in the same circle, because you can have multiple circles with different people in it.
So your circle with Susana and Esmeralda, was that the same circle as your mom and your uncles?
No.
Okay. How many circles back in July of 2022, how many circles did you have?
I believe I had 3.
In your circle with Susana back in July of 2022, who was in that with you?
Well, I had her in 2 different ones. I had her in one with, like I said, 2 other people other than me, her, and Esmeralda. But then I had one with just me, her, and Esmeralda.
Okay. So both of them were just friend groups?
Yeah.
And since 7th grade till now, when you've had the Life 360 app, how many times have you ever gotten a crash alert?
Just that one time.
Tell us what a crash alert is.
They send a text to your phone saying that they are worried, saying that there might have been hard braking or a crash, and to check up on that person, and it sends a link to their location.
And you said that you looked at it every day pretty much since 7th grade to now, and you've only gotten that message one time?
Yes.
Certainly. Ms. Kai, I'm going to show you some pictures that have already been admitted into evidence. These are numbered states 18 through 18.6. If you could take a moment and look at those, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
You've seen all of them?
Yes.
And did you take those photos?
I took the screenshots, yes.
And the one of the hand on 18, who took that one?
I think my mom might have taken like the picture of the phone, but I recognize the screenshot as the picture I took.
And that picture of the hand, is that your phone?
No, that's not my phone.
Do you know whose phone that is?
I'm not 100% sure. It might be my mom's. Maybe it's Jasmine's phone. I'm not 100% sure.
And those pictures that you took, once you took them, the screenshots, what did you do with them?
I sent them to Jasmine, to my mom. I sent them to Esmeralda, I believe, as well, just to try to make sense of what.
Let's talk about that night. So that night you said July 26, 2022. Where were you that night? Your mom?
I was at home.
Was Susana with you?
No, ma'am.
Did you know where she was?
No, ma'am.
Were you looking at her location ever that night on 360?
No.
At some point, did you get a contact as to what was going on with Susana?
Yeah, I got that text from Life 360.
Before you got that text, had anyone reached out to you?
No.
And that text that you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about 18.6, is that the text you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
You're on permission to publish 18.6?
Yes. 18.6. You've got a screen right here.
Yeah, these pictures are going to be on the screen behind you as well as the screen right there in front of you, okay?
Okay.
So you said you got this text. Do you remember what time you got the text?
Almost around 10, I believe.
Okay. So we see in 18.6, can you see the time of the text message?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your phone that we're looking at this text?
Yeah, the one in the picture.
In this picture? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did this text come in?
10:29.
And when you got this text, did you know where Susana was?
No, I did not.
Were you awake when you got this text?
Yes.
What did you do when you got this text?
I tried to call her, and she didn't answer, and so I called Esmeralda because I thought they were together.
And did Esmeralda answer?
Yes, she did.
And the links we see in state 18.6, a phone number. Do you know whose phone number that is?
That's Susana's phone number.
Okay. And we see a link at the bottom. Did you click that link?
Yes, ma'am.
What did that link show you?
It showed me her Life 360 location at the Oak Ridge apartment, the one right next to Kelly's.
I'm going to give you the pictures back. If you go through them and tell me when you click the link, which picture was it that pulled up?
This one right here.
You're showing us 18.4?
Yes, ma'am.
You got a permission to publish 18.4?
Yes.
And again, this is on the screen. Tell us here, for those of us who don't use 360, what we're looking at so we understand.
That is her location. Her icon says that it was there.
So that picture we see in the picture with the multiple girls, whose picture is that?
Susana put that picture up. It's me, Susana, and Esmeralda.
Okay. Is that the picture? So she would have put that as her icon on 360?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where is that showing? What is that showing us? The picture?
I believe we're at the arcade.
No, I'm sorry. I get the pictures at the arcade of the three you girls?
Yes.
Okay. So where is the ring on the 360 app showing that she is?
In the neighborhood right there, the Oak Lock Trace.
Do you know that neighborhood?
No, I have a friend who lives there, but I'm not very familiar with it.
That friend that lives there, was that a friend of Susana that she would go to?
No.
Did you know any reason why Susana would be at that location that night?
No.
And near, we see her, it says near Oak Lock Trace on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
What? And then it says since 10:30 p.m. yesterday. Tell us what those mean.
It says that her location has been there since 10:30 p.m. So like she hasn't moved since then from that area.
Okay. And that's what you got when you opened that link.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you called Esmeralda after you couldn't reach Susie, and you talked to Esmeralda. What did you do after you got that alert that night?
After speaking with Esmeralda, she went out there and checked it out because we were thinking she got into a car accident. She couldn't find any debris or anything, so we just assumed that she was sleeping over at a friend's house, and we slept on it.
Did you go out to that location that night yourself?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you said Esmeralda did?
Yes.
How did you know Esmeralda went out there?
I was on the phone with her the whole time.
You stayed with her on the phone the whole time she was out there?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we could pull up picture 18. So this picture is admitted into evidence as 18. Can you explain to us what this is showing us?
The details of her location.
Okay, so that location of 3298 Wednesday Village Lane, do you know that location?
I believe that's Kelly's house.
Have you been to that house before?
Yes.
And it says that under there sometimes 7:28 to 9:58. What does that mean?
That's like how long she was there.
Okay, so looking at that time, if she got there at, let's say, 6:30, would it show on the app?
Yeah, if she got there at 6:30, it would.
Okay. What if she was somewhere else, like the living room or the bedroom, a different place, then like her phone moved? Would that change the time?
Oh no, because if it's in like a very small area, then it wouldn't.
What if you're walking around in the parking lot of the apartment complex? Would that change the time?
Yes.
Okay. And we could bring up 18.1. Ms. Carter, looking at 18.1, that's been admitted into the evidence, one of the screenshots you took. Can you explain to us, first of all, what is the time on this that it says on the phone?
It says 9:58 p.m. to 10:07 p.m.
Can we make it bigger so we can see the top? Okay, we see the top of the phone.
Mm-hmm.
The 856.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone is that? The 856.
That's my phone.
Okay. And the battery, the little LTE yellow battery, that's your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we see the short trip, the 9:58 to 10:07. Tell us what that means and what we're looking at here.
So it's basically a trip is anytime you make movement that's big enough for it to capture. So like if you go on like a car ride to the store and come back, it'll show you the trip, like the highest miles and stuff like that. Or if you go walking across the street or something, and that's what it means.
So we see that path there with the white dot to the black dot kind of crisscross.
Yes, ma'am.
What that would mean?
I'm not entirely sure.
And if we could look at 18.2. And again, you took this screenshot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
us what we're looking at here.
That shows her driving from the front of her neighborhood.
Did Susana have a car?
No, Susana did not have a car.
Did she drive?
No.
Okay. Do you know at 10:21 p.m. Who she would be driving with?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. And we see that location that says Steve Reynolds Boulevard at the end. Can you explain to us from the white dot to the black dot up top what that means?
It means that she started at where the white dot is, the Steve Reynolds Boulevard. She started there, and then she ended where that black dot is. That's where the trip ended.
Okay, and we see on the bottom the speed, the phone usage. Explain to us what those mean, the top speed.
Yeah, so the top speed will just tell you like the fastest speed, like on the whole trip, the fastest that you've gone. The phone usage, it'll see how much she's been on the phone. The other ones, the other three, I don't have like the gold membership, so I'm not familiar with those.
So is that why we see that little lock?
Yeah.
That stuff? Okay. That location of Steve Reynolds Boulevard, do you know why Susana would be over there?
Yes.
The top location where it stopped at Steve Reynolds Boulevard location?
Where she ended?
Yes.
No.
Do you know any friends, do you guys in your friend group have any friends over there?
No.
And if we can look at 18.3. And so we see at the top, what time is this on your phone?
12:12.
Okay. And tell us what we're looking at in this picture of the screenshot you took.
This is Susana's location, and I was on, that little box is a FaceTime call I was on with Esmeralda.
Okay.
And yeah, it's a screenshot of her location.
Okay, and on the bottom where it says under her name by her picture, what does it say under her name?
Under her name?
Yeah.
It says near Steve Reynolds Boulevard since 10:30 p.m. yesterday.
What does that mean?
It means that she's been at that location or near the location since 10:30.
Okay. And if we could go to, and what, I'm sorry, what is the battery? We see under a little battery thing under Susana's picture on the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It tells what her phone battery is.
Okay. And what is the phone battery is there?
9%.
And do you know, have you ever used the 360 app when your battery's dying?
Yes.
Tell me how that works with your battery.
Whenever your battery is low, you can whenever somebody else's battery is low, you can send them a message to charge their phone. That's pretty much it. You just can see other people's battery lives to be able to let them know that they need to charge their phone.
Can you still see someone's location when their battery is low?
Yes.
And in this picture of 18.3 where it's at 12, what does the battery say for Susana?
9%.
And we're going to go to 18.4. And this picture, 18.4, this also you took the screenshot?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what we're looking at here.
It's still her same location, so it said that she had been there since 10:30, so she's still there.
She's still at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that the same location where the crash alert you got was located at?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time is it now on your phone when you took this?
12:22.
And the battery at Susana, what is her battery at this point, 10 minutes later?
I believe that says 7%.
And we're going to go to 18.5. This picture, tell us what we're looking at here on the phone.
That is whenever her phone ran out of battery, so it doesn't show the location anymore because her phone's out of battery.
Okay, so we see that it says since 10:30 p.m. Does that mean that her battery's been out since 10:30 p.m. or since that's her location since 10:30 p.m.?
It means that is where she was at, like her location, since 10:30 p.m.
Okay, so this is showing us on 18.5 that she has been at that location off Steve Reynolds since 10:30 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are we able to tell what time her battery went out?
I don't believe so.
But even though her battery is out, you're still tracking her location on her phone.
Yes.
And this says 8:56. Do you know, is that 8:56 in the morning or the night?
I'm not sure.
Because we see it says it was Susana's was last updated 15 hours ago at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So would that be the next morning? Or you don't?
I think it's PM.
It's okay if you don't know. And again, that crash alert you got, you've only ever gotten one.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you drop your phone off the table at your house, you don't get a crash alert?
No, ma'am.
And if your battery runs out, do you get a crash alert or?
No, ma'am.
And you said you talked to Esmeralda that night while she was at the location and didn't see anything, signs of a crash.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever able to reach Susana that day?
No.
The next morning, what did you do?
The next morning, I woke up and I checked my phone, and Esme had told me that she still hadn't been in contact with anybody and that her mom had filed a police report.
And at that point, had you heard from Susana?
No.
And did you check your other social media to see if she had any signs on Snap or TikTok or anything?
Yes.
And did you see her on any other social media?
No, ma'am.
Did you take any steps to look for Susana?
Yes. So, the morning, the night after she went missing, me and some of my family and friends went to the location that it said she was last at in that neighborhood and looked around. I even asked my friend if we could look at her ring footage or maybe if she seen or heard anything to let us know.
Is that your friend who lived on the Oak Block Trace apartments?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look at that ring?
Yes. There was nothing on there.
Okay. Besides looking at that location, well, how long do you think you spent at that location?
It was a couple hours. It definitely was a couple hours. Because we looked up and down the road, all in the neighborhood. There was like a shed in there that we looked in.
Do you also use the Find My Friends or Find My on the iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have Susana on that Find My?
Yes.
Did you look for Susana on the Apple Find My app that night also?
Yes.
What did it show for that?
It's not very accurate on Find My like it is on Life 360.
So you find that Life 360 is more accurate than the Apple app?
Yes.
And you said you searched that location on Oak Trace. Did you look at any other locations?
Yes, I looked at the front of her neighborhood to see if we can find anything of hers, like any jewelry or like a croc charm, to see if we can see like skid marks. I used to look for her in parks and stuff.
When you were out there at the Oak Trace location, were police there too?
Yes.
Who else was there with you besides you and police?
Her mom was there, her sister, her boyfriend Axel, Esmeralda was there, my mom was there, my uncle was there, my sister was there, her boyfriend. It was a lot of us.
So all of you were looking?
Yes.
Okay. Those pictures that we looked at up there, did you give those to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you searched some area parks and stuff?
Yeah.
Did you also help hang up flyers?
Yes.
Did you ever hear from Susana again after that?
No, ma'am.
How did you find out what happened to Susana?
I was with Esmeralda, and she had gotten a call from her friend.
You need a minute? Okay, you want some water?
Yes.
Take your time.
I had asked you when you found out what happened to Susana.
Yeah, I was at Esmeralda's house. We had just both come back from school, and she got a call from one of her friends. He told us he had something to tell us and to sit down, and then he sent us a screenshot of an article that came out saying that it was her.
And did you ever know anyone who wanted to hurt Susana?
No.
Did she ever talk about getting in a fight with anyone or anyone trying to hurt her?
Nothing like violent or anything.
The man that's charged with doing this, Miles Bryant, did you know him?
No, I did not.
Did Susana ever mention him to you?
No.
Had you ever seen him before you saw his picture on TV?
No.
You went to her funeral?
I did.
How was that?
It was very...
I don't know the relevancy of that.
Response, okay.
When you found out that what happened to her, what were you thinking?
At first I was in denial. I was thinking that maybe it couldn't have been her. Maybe it was somebody else. I think I was in shock.
One moment. Thank you. I have another question for you, Ms. Scott. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Is it Miss Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Tracy Drake. We haven't met yet. I just have a couple of questions for you. So you were not watching Life 360 in real time, correct?
Like whenever she...
You were not watching all of her movements as she was going as they were happening, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you only checked Life 360 after you got this alert, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Again, 18.5. This indicates, does it not, that her phone is out of battery since 10:30 p.m. yesterday?
So since 10:30 p.m. yesterday, that is where her location stayed at. But the phone out of battery is just her phone was out of battery.
Okay, does it show a location here?
Relative, but not exact because her phone is dead.
Where does it show her location on here? Where's there an icon showing her location?
There's no icon.
Okay. Do you know anyone that lives at 3251 Windscape Village Lane?
3251, I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know who lives at or near 3298 Windscape Village Lane?
I don't know the exact number, but I know that's Kelly's neighborhood.
Okay. And you said the Oak Lock Trail is right beside Kelly's apartment complex?
It's close by.
Don't laugh because I'm totally going to mess this up. Is it Find My?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I knew what Snapchat was. I got that. On the Find My app, did you get a crash alert or anything like that?
On Find My, no.
And I have Life 360. You have Life 360. I was very impressed that you created all these different groups. Maybe you can show me how to do that. Are you very familiar with Life 360?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're aware that for the crash, hard brake to be accurate, the battery life has to be at least 10%.
I am aware now.
And the last contact you had with her was a few days before?
I believe so.
I just want to ask one more. So on 18.6, which is the text that you got, it keeps being referred to as a collision or a crash alert. But doesn't it say that detected sudden movement?
Yes, ma'am.
Which could be a dropped phone, hard braking, or a collision.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ms. Montucci?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Kay, do you know if the Apple Find My app sends crash alerts?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything.
And we're going to pull up again 18.3. So here on 18.3, it says 12, right? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the battery life is 9%?
Yes, ma'am.
So does that mean at 10:30 the battery life would have been more or less?
More.
And looking at 18.4, at 12:22, is that correct, the time there?
Yes, ma'am.
And the battery, what does it say there?
7%.
So it's going down from 12:12 to 12:22, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So again, at 10:30, the battery life would have been more than 10%?
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Thank you.
One more question. But ma'am, didn't you testify earlier that this is a screenshot that you took with your phone? And
Yes,
you said
ma'am.
the battery life was your battery life?
No, ma'am. That's not my battery life.
No more questions.
Sorry. Ms. Kaya, were you watching the Life 360 Susana's location at 12:12 to 12:22? Were you actively watching?
I was looking at it. I was in between texting her and texting Esmeralda, but I was mainly on there.
So you were monitoring Susana's location after you got that crash alert, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, may we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you are released. You can remain in the courtroom or you can leave. State call its next witness. Thank you.
State's going to call Alyssa Marvin.
Eddie, would you pour some water for this witness? Just go ahead and pour some. Thank you.
Alyssa's in the restroom.
Okay.
Of course.
Someone want to grab her.
Okay.
Can I indulge the court for a minute or two?
Certainly.
Thank you. She has a flight to catch back, and I want to make sure we get her
Absolutely.
testimony done.
Absolutely. It's only 7 till 4. I know. It may feel like 8 p.m.
Your Honor, may we grab some exhibits while we wait?
Certainly. Y'all can walk around the courtroom. You don't have to ask me. You should. And if the jurors want to stand up while we're waiting on the witness, if anybody needs to stretch their legs. Right up here, ma'am. If you'll come up on the platform, watch your step, and remain standing, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Ma'am, have you ever testified in court?
No.
Okay, this is my court reporter, Sheila. She's taking down everything that you say. I've had my bailiff pour you a cup of water, and we have more water if you need it. You're going to have to answer audibly because she can't see you, so I'm going to get you to say yes or no. You can't really say uh-huh or uh-uh. You can't shake your head like you're doing now.
Yes.
And the attorneys may be they're going to be asking you some questions. Just take a breath after they finish their question, and then you can answer it. You may anticipate their question. You want to get out their answer, and you talk over them, and then my court reporter doesn't know who to take down.
Okay.
Okay? So just, and let us know if you need a break.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay.
All right. Can you go ahead and tell us your name, please?
My name is Alyssa Marvin.
All right. And Alyssa, how do you spell your first name?
Alyssa.
And your last name?
Marvin.
All right. And Alyssa, where do you live currently, generally?
In New Jersey.
Okay. And your presence here, did you get on a plane yesterday and fly down here for this trial?
Yes, I did.
I want to take you back a couple years, July 2022. Where were you living at that time?
In Sterling Glen Apartments.
All right. And here in Georgia?
Yeah.
And there at that apartment complex, are you from Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And who were you living with at the time?
My boyfriend's mom.
Your boyfriend and his mom?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to show you a photograph. I've labeled this State's Exhibit number 50. Can you take a look at that? Do you recognize what's contained here in this photograph?
Yeah, the apartment complex.
Okay, the Sterling Glen apartment complex?
Yeah.
Does this appear to be an accurate aerial photograph of that apartment complex?
No, it's accurate.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 50.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 50 is admitted without objection.
And Judge, may I move?
Certainly. And ma'am, you've got a screen right here beside you. And I'm gonna, there's kind of a glare, so I'm gonna turn it down, and the attorneys may have questions for you about this exhibit.
All right. Alyssa, can you see that clearly?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell the jury where, if you recall, do you remember what building you were living in at the time?
I don't remember.
Number. By looking at the map, do you know which of these buildings
Yes.
you lived in? And if it's all right with the court and with you, Alyssa, so the jury could see it a little bit better, this is a bigger picture up here. Could you point out which building it is to the jury?
Be careful your step.
Okay, right here. This one right here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before you sit down, did you, let me get out of the way so everybody can see you, not me. Did you know Kelly Pagoda?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also live there in the neighborhood with you?
Yes.
Do you know which building she lived in?
Like kind of behind.
Oh, and I want you to follow. Don't worry about it. Up here somewhere?
Yeah.
One of these buildings?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you're down here on this side of it. She's up here on Windscape Village Lane North. I guess they're all Windscape Village Lane Northwest.
Yeah.
All the roads are named the same thing, but she's up here on this first one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Now, tell me, how did you know Susana Morales?
I knew Susana through Kelly. They were walking through the neighborhood one time, and I just saw them, and I was like, y'all are some pretty girls. And I didn't have friends, so that's really how it started. And I said they were pretty, got their number. It started from there.
Okay. And, how long had you known Susana before she died?
I don't remember an approximate date, but it was during that summer, around June.
Okay.
June and July.
All right. So, by July 26th or so you might have known her a month or two?
Yeah.
At that time?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Now, how often would you spend time with Susana?
I would say we've been around each other at least 4 or 5 times, maybe.
All right. And where would y'all hang out at?
Just the neighborhood.
At the Sterling Glen apartment?
Yeah, Sterling Glen.
All right. When you would hang out with Susana, would it also be with Kelly each time?
Yeah.
All right. What kind of things would y'all do?
We would just like talk, smoke. We would just really just chill and talk about stuff, you know.
I do. What, you say smoke, you're talking about cigarettes, marijuana?
Marijuana.
Marijuana, okay. And Alyssa, when y'all would hang out, where in the apartment complex would y'all normally hang out at?
Either the pool, the park, on my stairs, or in the laundry room. Because they had laundry rooms, and that's where we would smoke, so other people won't inhale it and stuff.
Okay.
So.
I understand. So on this map, and you don't have to get up. I can obviously. I look at the map. I obviously see this is what I'm pointing at right here. Is this the pool area of the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. So y'all would spend time there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the laundry room, were those in each building, or is it like one common?
It's in some buildings, not all of them.
Okay. Did your building have one that you hung out in?
No.
Okay. And so, would you go to a different? What building would you go to?
Well, it was one time we went to a building, and I believe it was the first time we actually hung out, and we were smoking in the. You want me to point where or no?
You can. That's fine if you feel comfortable doing that.
Be careful your step.
It was like right here they had a laundry room right here.
Okay. Thank you. So while y'all are hanging out and talking, and, what are y'all talking about? What kind of things are y'all discussing?
Honestly, I can't remember.
Okay. Just odd and end stuff, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, did you ever talk about boys?
No.
Okay. Did you know whether Susana was dating anybody at the time that you knew her?
Honestly, I didn't know that because we didn't really talk about, boys and stuff.
Okay, and that's all right. What was... I want to take you to July 26th, 2022. Did you see Susana that night?
Yes.
And tell the jury, kind of walk us through that night. What happened?
So the night of the 26th, Kelly and Susana came to my apartment. It was like maybe around 7 or 8 o'clock p.m. And we started with doing piercings because my sister-in-law wanted a belly piercing. So we were doing a belly piercing, just taking videos. And of course we did smoke. And after that, she ended up, Kelly couldn't have company over after a certain time. It was a school night. So after that, she ended up leaving my apartment. Both of them walked away from my apartment around like 9:30, somewhere around that time. I can't remember specifically what time, but it was around that time they ended up leaving my apartment. From there, I don't know what happened until the day I found out that she was walking with Kelly to the golf court, and then Kelly went home, and then she went, as we thought, home.
So the last time, what was the last time you saw Susana?
That night when she walked away.
And I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 49. I want you to look at this and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, that was the video we took.
Okay. And obviously this is a piece of paper, so this is not a video, but is this just a still shot of a video?
It's a video, yes.
Okay. Well, would y'all go ahead and turn that off for a second? Thank you. Is this a fair and accurate screenshot of that video that you took that night?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 49 and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 49 submitted without objection, and you may publish.
No. Can you see that?
There's a glare. And you can also look at it on this screen.
Yes.
Can the jury see that? Okay.
Can you tell us just kind of who's who in this photograph?
That's me, the white girl. That's Kelly in the middle, and that's Susana on the left side.
Are you taking this video with your phone there?
Yes.
Okay.
I love memories.
What's that?
I love memories.
Memories. And this says, it says 9:04 p.m.
Yes.
July 26th at the top. Is that a reference to the time in which this video was taken?
Yes, that was right after the piercing.
Right after the piercing. And
yeah, you can kind of see, if you kind of zoom in, you can see where the piercing is, because that's like also part of my phone gallery.
Where so you mean over here in one of these photographs?
Yeah, you can see like the time frame, and then that was like the last video we took, and then you can see the next video is a video I took when I went inside.
Okay, I understand. Where is this video taken at?
On the stairs, at the top.
At your apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And 9:04 p.m., how long after this photograph do you think that Kelly and Susana walked off?
I can't remember exactly, but no more like after 9:30.
Now let me ask you, why did they leave? What was, y'all were having a good time hanging out?
Yeah, we were having a good time, but I have a stepson, so there's a bedtime, and I had to get ready to go inside, and then they had a school night, so we're getting prepared for school.
Okay. And so, walk me through, if you can remember best you can, kind of the conversation that's happening right there at the end of the night, right? And as it's coming to a close and they're leaving, what are y'all saying?
It was nice hanging out with you. I'll see you later.
Okay. Where did, at that time, where did you believe that they were going?
I just knew they were going home.
Okay. Had that been the discussion? Everybody was going home?
Yeah.
And another way of asking this, maybe a little differently, is did Susana or Kelly talk to you or say anything to you about, we're going to go party, we're going to go do more drugs somewhere, we're going to go meet some boys, we're going to, anything else?
No.
Okay. So it was, we're going home.
Yes.
Okay. That night, how was Susana acting?
To me, normal.
And what I mean by that is, was she happy?
Yes.
Was she having a good time with you guys?
Definitely. You could kind of see her smiling in the picture.
Did you have, as she left, any concern at that point?
No.
You mentioned that you didn't, after they left and then walked away, Kelly and Susana, after they walked away, you didn't really know anything else happened odd or weird until the next day?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the first thing that you heard?
The first thing I heard was, well, it wasn't hearing, it was a text from her best friend Rose. Esme, they call her, and she was just asking me, did I know where Susana was?
Okay. You know what time that was?
Not really, but it was like early in the morning.
And do you mean like daytime early in the morning, or
yes,
like middle of the night early in the morning?
Like after 8 a.m.
That's morning. All right.
Okay.
Had you heard from Susana at all?
No.
Any calls, text messages, social media, anything?
No.
After she left?
No.
Did y'all have each other's information? You had each other's phone numbers?
We only had each other's Instagram.
Okay, so did y'all communicate on Instagram?
Sometimes, yeah.
Did you have any conversations, communications whatsoever with Susana on Instagram after she disappeared?
Oh, no.
Did you, were you able to participate in looking for her at all?
I was able to.
Okay, and what did you do?
Well, when we were doing one of the flyers, like putting out flyers, I would put out flyers when I got the chance to, but I was going through a lot at the time, so it was hard for me to focus on what was going on because I was going through a lot.
I understand. That evening, did you notice anybody, as y'all were at the apartment complex, did y'all spend the whole time at your apartment that night?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual that night? Anybody watching or anything?
No.
The defendant, Miles Bryant, have you seen him before?
Yes.
In person, have you seen him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, at the time that this happened, did you know who he was?
Yes.
All right. And tell the jury, how did you know who he was?
We all knew it was a cop in our neighborhood, so we knew him as the cop.
Okay. Did you know where that he resided there in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Did you know what building he was at?
Yes.
All right. And I'm gonna, if we could, put back up exhibit number 50. little bit. Thank you. Are you able to see in this photograph the building that the defendant lived in?
Yes.
All right, and could you point it out to us?
Yes.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, you had your head turned so the court can hear you.
Mine was here, his was here.
So yours is this building right here.
Yes.
Yeah. And then his is this building right here.
Yes.
How'd you know it was his building? You can have a seat.
I knew it was his building because his truck was always parked there and he always pulled up like in the same truck.
Do you recall what kind of truck that was?
I think it was a black truck.
Okay, black truck. Do you have a police car that was there as well?
Yeah, Dorville.
Okay. And so you said everybody knew who he was. He was the courtesy officer for that neighborhood complex?
I honestly don't know that.
Okay. Now, had you ever had any personal interactions with the defendant before Susana disappeared?
Yes.
And can you tell us what those are?
So there was one time, well, there was multiple times he would drive by and, he'll say hello and everything to everyone. And there was one time we were at the pool and it was me and Kelly. Susana came after, like towards the end before we left, but we were there at the pool and he came with his backpack and he had, a drink with him and he had little shot cups and he had edibles and stuff, and he asked how old I was, and then when I told him my age, he still wanted to talk to me but didn't talk to me because of my age. So he knew not to drink with me, but he wanted to drink with me before he knew my age, but he still offered the edibles. But then that was the interaction I had with him that night. And before we left, I believe it was the same day, we wanted to order pizza because, it's a hot day outside. Someone wants to eat. We wanted to eat and we was going to order pizza. He offered us to give us a ride to get pizza, but we said no because we're underage, you're grown, so we said no to that. We ordered pizza. We went home about our day. That was the one, I could say face-to-face interaction, full conversation.
And Susana was with you?
Yes.
During those?
Yes.
Now, the defendant, was he talking to you or talking to both of you?
No, he was talking to me.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph marked State's Exhibit number 39. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
All right, and how do you recognize it?
That was the night we were leaving the pool.
All right, you say we were leaving the pool. I know who you're talking about, but
that was the night me, Kelly, my stepson, Susana, and my sister-in-law were leaving the pool to walk home.
Okay. Now, you say you're leaving the pool. Is that the same incident you're talking about where the defendant had come to the pool to see you guys?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate, what is this photograph of?
It's of Susana holding my stepson because she loved holding kids.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate photograph?
Yes. Yes.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 39 and ask for permission to publish it.
No objection.
Okay. State's Exhibit 39 submitted without objection, and go ahead and publish.
Would you publish it? Okay. All right. So here at the top of that photograph, if we could zoom in kind of closer to the top if you can. There we go. There appears to be a location and date up there. Is that does that reference when this photograph was taken?
Yes.
All right. And what is the location and the date?
Sterling Glen Apartments around, it was July 20th.
Okay. Now, and I'm that was going to be another question I had. Okay. But in terms of this photograph, where does the photograph say it was taken?
Oh, it says it was taken July 30th, 2022 at 3:31 p.m.
Okay. And is it in Norcross?
Yes.
Okay. And it says July 20th,
yes.
2022? Okay.
Yes.
So that was, this photograph was taken about 6 days before Susana was last seen?
Yes.
Okay. And this is your stepson?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. The incident with the pizza, was that the same day or a different day?
I believe it was the same day.
Same day, okay. So you said the defendant had offered to give you and Susana and Kelly a ride to go get pizza?
I can't remember who exactly he offered a ride, but I know for sure it was me and my sister-in-law.
Okay. All right. And y'all turned him down?
Yes.
You mentioned that he gave you edibles. There's like THC edibles?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you take any?
Yes.
Did you ever, other than smoking marijuana with Susana, did you ever take any other drugs with her?
No.
And after that day, as they walked away, have you ever seen or heard from Susana again?
From
Susana, after that day?
which night? Which day?
I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. After she disappeared, July 26th, and Kelly and her walked away from your apartment, have you ever seen or heard from her again?
No.
Alyssa, I appreciate you being here and taking the time. Ms. Drickman has some questions for you.
Does the defense have any questions?
Hi, Ms. Alyssa. My name is Tracy Drake. We have met. I know you've got to get going, so I'm going to make this quick. Do you ever remember calling Mr. Bryant 13?
Wait, repeat that?
Have you ever called Mr. Bryant 13?
No, I don't know what that means.
Okay, has he ever hung out with you and your boyfriend?
Not hung out, no, but passed by and said hello, yes.
Like maybe have a brief little conversation and then go
Yes.
about each other's ways. Okay. And how old were you? And I'm sorry if you've already answered this. How old were you back in July of 2022?
I was 17.
Okay. And so legally an adult at 17, but still too young to drink, correct?
Right.
And your sister-in-law, how old was she?
She was the same age as me.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
State, may we redirect? May we release Miss Martin? Miss Marvin?
Yes.
No, Miss Marvin, may we release?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I apologize.
Yes, and just for the record, she will be departing and not subject to recall.
Not subject to recall. Thank you, ma'am. Have a safe flight home.
Thank you.
If the attorneys will approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break, and I expect we'll be releasing court 5:15, 5:30 at the latest, okay, tonight. So 10-minute comfort break. Ready for the jury? State ready for the jury?
Ready, Judge.
Defense ready? Okay. Patty, if you'll bring the jury in. State, call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State will call Kelly Pagano.
Will you make me a copy of the witness list tomorrow? Oh, just remind me.
Your Honor, may we just approach real quick?
Certainly. Ma'am, would you Stand on the podium. I'm going to swear.
Sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, if you'll please be seated. There's a trash can for you to get rid of your gum. Have you ever testified?
No.
Okay. My court reporter Sheila, she's taking everything down, and she has to make a record. So that's why you have the microphones. I'm going to need you to speak into the microphone. The attorneys are going to be asking you questions. I'm going to need you to answer audibly because my court reporter can't tell if you're nodding your head or if you say or uh-huh. So we need to get an answer, okay? You may, as you're listening to the questions, know the questions that the attorneys might ask you, and you may want to try to get the answer out, but please don't talk over them because you can't take down two people at once. Okay. Would you like some water before you start?
I'm good.
Fresh water. Okay, if you need some, let us know.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. If you would just lean up just a little bit for me so we can get your voice picked up on the mic just a little bit better. Could you tell us your name?
My name is Kelly.
And Kelly, what's your last name?
My name is Kelly Pagoda.
All right. And could you spell your name for us?
KELLYPAGUADA.
All right. And Kelly, how old are you?
I'm 17 years old.
All right. Now, in 2022, July of 2022, how old were you?
I was 15.
15 years old. All right. And are you in school?
Yes, I am in school.
And where do you go to school at?
I go to school in Acceleration Academy.
Okay. Are you off for the summer?
No, it's all year-round school.
A year-round school. So no summer break for you?
No.
All right. Did you at least get a break today being here?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I did.
All right. So I want to ask you just a little bit about you. Where do you live at currently?
I live at Sterling Glen Apartments.
All right. And did you live there back in July of 2022?
Yes, I did.
All right. If you go ahead and put up for me exhibit number 50. It's already been admitted into evidence. I'm going to show you this, just an aerial map of that apartment complex. If you could, I want you to tell the jury which apartment building is yours.
Right.
Okay. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. See, now that's one at a time.
So, yeah.
Okay. You've got to answer out loud.
Okay.
Okay. Can you? It may be easier for you to step down or just tell me which building is yours.
You could just be careful. There's steps going down the podium.
Where the little location icon is at? Right there?
I think it's more towards this area.
Okay. I know it's weird looking at it from an above view, but when you come into the neighborhood over here.
It's like from the office area, you go down this way, so I live like right here.
Okay, right there.
And ma'am, my court reporter can't hear you, I can tell. So, because that's okay. Just if you speak loudly when you're away from the microphones.
Okay.
I didn't mean to bring you back. If Mr. Delphon, if you need her down there, that's okay.
I think I got what I needed, Judge.
Okay.
That's all right. Kelly, whenever you step down and turn around, it's a little bit quiet.
Okay.
And that was my fault. So.
You're fine.
Did you, at the time, how long have you lived there?
About, I don't know, like 10 years probably.
Okay. And so I imagine you got to know a lot of people there. Did you ever meet a girl named Alyssa Marvin?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you know which apartment building was hers?
I didn't know, but I know where she lived.
You know where she lived?
Yeah.
Are you able to point it out? If you don't remember, that's okay.
It's just on the other side of my building, like behind mine.
Okay. And on your screen, so you don't have to step down again, can you see where it is on your screen?
It's right behind my building, like on the other side.
So one road down. So I'm going to come over here. Is this about where she lived at? Over here in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever visit her there?
Yes, I did.
Now, tell me about Susana Morales. Were you friends with Susana?
Yes, I was friends with her.
How did you meet her?
I met her at school in the restroom, and ever since then we didn't stop talking.
So, you met her, what school was it?
At Meadow Creek High School.
Meadow Creek High?
I'm going to get you to come on toward the microphone, or you can pull them toward her. Yeah. All right, there's some tissue right there, ma'am.
It's all right, you can take them.
All right.
Do you want some water?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Would you like some water?
No, I'm fine.
Kelly, you said that you met her there at the school, and were you guys kind of inseparable from then on?
Yes, we were.
And how long, and we don't need exact dates, but just the best that you can remember, how long before her death was it that you guys met and started spending time together?
Can you ask that in a different way?
How long before she disappeared did you meet her?
Like, I'm gonna say like a year.
Okay. And how often did you talk to her?
I talked to her every day. Like, we hung out every day since the day we met.
Now, where would y'all spend time together at?
It would usually be at my house or Esmeralda's house.
So you and Susana and Esmeralda all friends?
Yes, we were.
So, did you ever hang out over at Susana's house?
Sometimes. Like,
Sometimes? How many times do you think you spent?
like 3 times the most.
So obviously, it sounds like more times at your house than
Yeah.
at Esmeralda's house. Now, what did you call Susana?
Susie?
Susie. Now, tell us a little bit about Susie. What kind of things did she enjoy doing?
She liked going out. She liked going to parties. Or she really just liked to be with her friends or with me, you know? Like, we didn't have to go nowhere. We could just be together at my house. But yeah.
And what kind of things did y'all talk about?
We talk about boys, school, our future plans, and, all of that.
And Kelly, you're doing a great job, but if you could just speak up just a little.
Sorry.
You pull the microphones towards you, towards your mouth.
I'm a little bit closer to you than Ms. Drake and some of the jury members, so I'll
Yeah.
make sure everybody can hear you all right. Was she happy?
She really was.
And when y'all would spend time together, would you oftentimes smoke marijuana together?
Yes, we would.
I want to bring you to such a time on July 26th, 2022. Did you see her the night she disappeared?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury kind of just walk us through if you can that night.
So basically, we just planned to hang out that night, and we ended up going to Alyssa's apartment, and we didn't go in her house, but we were just at her staircase, and I was piercing her sister-in-law, and we were just smoking. We were just hanging out, and then by the time it was like 9, I told her we had to go home because she could not sleep over at my house. It wasn't allowed. So then we ended up walking to the back of the gate to the apartments, and then I just said goodbye, and then I never saw her again.
And so just a few follow-up questions about that. Would you put up Exhibit 49 for me? When you guys got together that night, how did Susana get to your house?
I think she walked, but don't quote me on that. I think she walked over to my house.
Unfortunately, we are quoting it because it's all being taken.
Sorry.
No, you don't really know.
Yeah, I don't.
And that's okay. Did she just show up at your front door, or did you meet her somewhere?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't remember.
That's okay.
Do you remember, and again, we're not looking for exacts.
Yeah.
Just approximately, if you best you can remember.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when she came over?
It was like in the afternoon, like at 4, 6, because it had, like, it was around the time my mom had got home, and she usually got home around that time. So yeah, like 4, 6, like in the afternoon, yeah.
Do you recall, I mean, how long do you think that you two hung out together before she ended up going home?
Like 4 or 5 hours.
And did you spend time at, how long were you, let me ask you, I guess, I'm going to ask you just to describe. Was it all at Alyssa's house, or were you at your house, son?
I don't know, I don't remember.
That's okay. So up on the screen, and you have it there, is our State's Exhibit 49. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Is that you in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, where was this? Do you recall where this photograph was
Yeah,
taken?
that was at Alyssa's apartment.
Now, it says on there 9:04 p.m. July 26th when that, I think it's a video, but or a photograph was taken. Do you remember how long after this that you had started walking Susana home? Or to the end of the edge of the neighborhood?
Probably like around 9 or 10. Yeah. Like I started walking with her.
You said around 9 or 10?
Yeah.
The photograph here is taken.
So yeah, at 9. I mean at 9:30, sorry.
Okay, it's okay. So, and this has been a long time. So
Yeah.
if you don't remember something, you're doing a great job. Just tell me you don't remember. You walked her, and I'm going to put, if you could, just put up State's Exhibit 50 for me. Did you walk her to the main entrance of Sterling Glen?
No.
Or a different entrance or exit?
Yeah, it was my back entrance by the golf course.
Okay. Now, can you see that photograph? We were just looking at this one, State's Exhibit 50. Are you able to see where it is that you walked her to?
Yeah, I walked her right there.
Okay, now you're pointing on the screen so that you don't have to get up. I'm going to point where you were pointing and you tell me if I'm all right.
Okay.
If I'm right, okay? So you were pointing up here?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so this road here, as I'm looking at it, does that exit onto Singleton Road?
Yes.
Okay, so you walked her to there,
Yeah, the gate.
to the gate.
Mhm.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've
marked. I don't know if I showed them straight, so let me show her. Mark the State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 36? Take a look at it. Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, that's the back of my gate.
I'm sorry, it's what?
That's the back of my gate.
Okay,
Yeah.
the back of the gate. Is that the gate that you were just talking about that you walked
Yes,
to?
that's the gate.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph? of the
Yes.
gate? All right. And again, you're doing great, but I need to make sure that I finish my question on the way before you answer.
Okay, sorry.
So that Miss Sheila can take it all down, okay? Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 36.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 36 is admitted without objection.
Publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
Put it on, please. All right. This here, you described this as being the back gate of the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
Now, where can you see on this photograph where you walked Susana to?
Yes, it was just right about there. Like, can you point at it?
Okay, yeah. Did you walk into the sidewalk?
No, I didn't. I didn't go past the gate.
So you never passed the gate here?
Yeah, I didn't.
But you walked her to the edge here, up near the gate?
Yes.
Okay. And where did she go?
She went that way, like
That way, all right.
going towards her
I know
house.
you're pointing, but I want to make sure we're clear.
Yes.
Did she walk down Singleton Road this,
Yes, she
in this
did.
direction?
Yes, she did.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to ask you to wait.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Delphont finishes his statement, his question. He's
I'm
going to ask
sorry.
you a question. The lawyers only ask you questions, and then just take a breath and then answer.
Okay.
We have to have a good record, okay? It's human nature to do that.
Okay.
So, Kelly, you indicated a moment ago,
Did she walk down, kind of to the right of this photograph down Singleton Road?
Yes.
And Is that the direction in which she lived?
Yes.
Do you know of any other reason for her to walk that direction that night?
No.
Where was she going?
She was going home.
And how did you know that?
Because where else would she have gone? Like, we planned to hang out the next day, so she had to have gone home.
And I want to be a little bit clear. As the night's wrapping up,
Yeah.
right? Most of the time if you're at a party or hanging out with friends, you don't just disappear, right? There's a conversation, I got to go home. It's time for me to go home, I'm tired, I want to go to bed, something like that.
Yes.
Did y'all have any kind of conversation that night where, to close down the night, right? At the end of the night?
Yes.
But let me ask you, did she tell you she was going home?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And where did you go?
I went home as well.
Now, as soon as you started walking down Singleton Road, did you turn around and just go back to your house at that point? Or
Yes. No, I didn't watch her. I just turned around.
At any point that night, as you're walking out to walking her out to Singleton Road for her to leave, did she tell you anything about wanting to go and meet up with a boy or go and get drugs or anything like that?
No.
Did she say that she was going to go anywhere or do anything other than go home?
No.
Was she upset?
No.
Was she ticked off at her mom?
No.
Was she scared of going home?
No.
Do you know at the time who Susana was dating?
Yes.
Who was she dating?
He was dating Axel.
Axel.
Or what? I don't know. I was like, I don't know his name. But.
Is it Axel?
I think so, yes.
Okay. All right. Did you know him?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever met him?
No.
Did she tell you about him?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she feel about him?
She really liked him.
You knew Susana for about a year.
Yes.
You spent about every day with her, or close to that. Talk to her every day?
Yes.
And y'all would talk about boys?
Yes.
Was Susana, was she the kind of girl that, when she was dating Axel, did she talk about going and meeting up with strange men, things like that, or hooking up with other men while she was with Axel?
No.
Did you ever know Susana to be the girl that would get into a car with somebody she barely knew or didn't know at all?
No.
That night, once she left, what was the first sign that you got that something might be wrong?
The next morning, Esmeralda texted me if I had known anything about her. And I told her no, because she told me she went home, and then I had called her and she wasn't answering or picking up her phone. So that's when I knew that something was wrong.
So that's the next morning.
Yes.
And daylight hours?
Yes, like in the morning.
So the rest of that night, once you turned around and went back to your apartment, you had no idea that anything had happened?
No, I didn't.
Once Esmeralda asked you, did you try to reach out to Susana?
Yes, I did.
Did you get any response from Susana? Any calls or text messages once you tried to reach her?
No, I didn't.
Were you able to participate in any of looking around or trying to find her in any way?
No, I wasn't.
Now, after that night, after you saw her walk down Singleton Road and disappear, did you ever hear from her again?
No, I didn't.
How did you hear about the police finding her body?
It was through Esmeralda, and she called me. Just give me 1 second. And she was like that they had found her, but I thought like she was still alive, like they found her, you know, because she had been missing. But then she told me that she was dead, and then they had just found her remains. And then I hung up the phone call, and I want to go see her after.
I apologize, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. And then I went to go see Esmeralda afterwards.
When you found out that she was not alive, but in fact she was dead, what went through your mind?
It was just really disappointing because I had hoped that we would find her and then that she was just somewhere else, but she wasn't. And it was just really heartbreaking. Sorry, I don't like talking about it.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I think those are all the questions I have for you.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, just stay seated. The defense may have some questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tracy. I know we've probably seen each other out in the hallway, but we haven't officially met. Did you have to be home by 10 o'clock?
Yes, I did.
So you would have walked her out probably right around 10?
Yes.
Why could she not spend the night at your house?
My mom didn't allow any sleepovers.
None at all? It wasn't anything to do with...
No.
Now, you met her a year before at Meadow Creek High School?
Yes.
Did y'all attend any other schools together?
No, we didn't.
Did you attend any other schools?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend?
I went to Gibbs Center West.
And what is Gibbs Center?
It's an alternative school.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to get you.
I'm so sorry.
I'm going to have to get you. Okay, wait for Ms. Drake's question and then speak into the microphone so that we can take down.
All right.
Is there a particular reason why you walked her to the back entrance? Was that just closer to her apartment or something?
Yes, because I couldn't walk her all the way home.
Why?
Because I didn't want to. Like, I couldn't. It was too late.
A little bit too high, maybe?
What do you mean?
Too high from smoking?
No, I just couldn't walk her down.
Did she call her mother to come pick her up?
No, she didn't.
Did your mom offer to give her a ride home?
No, she didn't.
If she left, may I approach your bench?
Certainly. You don't have to ask.
Oh, no, I was just going to. And I just wanted to clarify something. Thank you, Mr. Delpa, because I didn't do this. State's Exhibit 49, I just want to clarify, that is like a single picture taken from a full video.
Yes.
And did y'all make other videos that night, or?
Yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 18.1. Before I do that, Did y'all leave once she got to your apartment other than going to Alyssa's?
Can you ask that one more time?
Other than going to Alyssa's, did y'all leave your apartment?
I don't remember.
Okay. And she would have left a little bit before 10 because you had to be home by 10?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been entered as State's Exhibit 18.1. Now this shows that she left about 9:58. Do you have any idea where this is showing that she's traveling?
My apartment complex.
Within your apartment complex?
Yes.
She's walking around? Why did she end back up at your apartment complex? Did she tell you she was going back to Alyssa's?
No.
Do you know Jasmine, her sister?
No.
Do you know Kaya?
Yes.
Now, whenever y'all would get together to smoke, who provided the marijuana?
It would be both of us.
So she would bring her own marijuana and you would have your own?
Yes.
Do you know where she
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to wait till Ms. Drake finishes
I'm
the question.
sorry.
Okay, you've got to not talk over.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry, Ms. Drake.
No, you're fine. So everybody would have their own marijuana?
Yes.
Did Alyssa have her own marijuana that night?
I don't remember.
So y'all were really good friends?
Yes.
And she came over all the time?
Yes.
Did you know that her mother instructed her that she's not to go over and hang out with you?
No.
So if she's hanging out with you a lot of the time, her mother does not know that?
Yes.
How could she possibly know what her mother knows?
Ms. Drake?
Okay, I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Did her mother ever bring her to your house?
No.
Did she ever allow her mother to come pick you up at her house?
No.
And you know the evening that y'all hung out, she told her mother that she was going somewhere else. Did you know that?
That's speculation.
I asked her, did she know that? She can say yes or no.
I'm going to allow the question. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Did you know that she had told her mother that she was going to Esmeralda's house and not your house?
No, I didn't know.
Did Esmeralda know that she was coming over to your house?
I'm going to object to speculation, Judge. How did she know what Esmeralda knew?
No,
Do you know, yes or no, if Esmeralda knew that she was coming over to your house and not hers?
I'm going to
no, I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you and Esmeralda friends?
Yes.
Do you and Susana, did y'all often cover for each other?
What do you mean?
Cover for each other. Maybe you're going someplace you're not supposed to be, or wanting to skip school or something, help cover for each other.
I guess.
Did she miss a lot of school, to your knowledge?
Object to relevance, Judge.
I think it can become relevant, Your Honor.
Well, it's not relevant right now. It can be.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you miss a lot of school?
Yes, I did.
If I can have just, let me go back for 1 second. Were you familiar with her social media post?
Yes.
So did you follow those regularly?
Yes.
Did you maybe at first think that she had simply just run away or something?
No.
Do you remember giving an interview to, I believe it's Sergeant Biggards, and I'm sorry if I lost
his title. Do you remember talking to him at the Gift Center on January the 5th, excuse me, that's your birthday, on August the 15th of 22?
I don't remember.
You don't remember talking to him at the Gift Center at all?
Was he like the social worker?
He's a police officer in Gwinnett County.
I don't remember talking to an officer at Give West.
Do you remember talking to, perhaps you thought he was a social worker along with the SRO?
I don't know what that is.
The police officer for the school?
No, I don't. I remember.
Okay. If I can have just a moment, please.
Certainly.
And to your knowledge, and if you don't know, you don't know, which is fine. Did you and Susana get your marijuana at the same place?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Okay. May we release this witness?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, ma'am. You're excused, and you can remain in the courtroom or you can leave. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to start with the next witness because I believe she's going to be the next witness on the stage, she's going to be a little bit more lengthy, and I don't want to keep you past 6. So I don't want to get started and stop. If you'll leave your notepads, as always, you cannot talk to anyone about this case, cannot talk to anyone at home, cannot look up anything can't Google this case, can't look up any incident locations that you've learned here today or previously, can't speak with your fellow jurors or look up any news about this. I also want to caution, I totally understand that I keep it cold, but sometimes in the afternoon after lunch, if you get tired, I want you to be aware of that. Bring caffeine if you need it, or ask me to take a break. I'm going to need you to get enough sleep and do what you need to do to be able to pay attention to tomorrow and not have any. I just want to ask you to please consider this as a very important case, as all cases are, but this is a very important case, and I want you to get enough rest so that you can stay awake and alert tomorrow. And we'll see you at 8:45. We plan to begin at 9. We will be taking some things up after you leave to try to prevent anything from delaying us in the morning. So if you leave your notepads, and you're excused for the evening. Thank you. Go through the bench conferences with Mr. Bryant beginning this morning. We had a bench conference regarding your situation at the jail, your accommodations, and how that we can make sure that you can go over any information that Ms. Drake and Mr. Dobbins need you to go over. I think we've resolved that for the day. Is that correct, Ms. Drake?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Then the second bench conference we had was a scheduling to determine
whether I was going to still break for my noon meeting, my noon judges meeting. We talked about scheduling. We decided to go ahead and start the first witness. Or the second witness. I think that was, we decided to go ahead and start the second witness. We broke. In between, when we did decide to break in between, that was another bench conference to determine if it was okay with your counsel, Ms. Drake, to break and then after lunch come back and do cross-examination. The fourth bench conference was when I told Susana's mother that she had to remain outside the courtroom, and Mr. Delfunk asked to approach because she is next of kin and she can remain in the courtroom even though she's not released. The fifth bench conference was about Juror 13 being asleep multiple times in the afternoon. Number 6, the bench conference, the sixth bench conference we had was that jurors 14 and 15 had trouble hearing because the interpreter was interpreting live to the victim's mother on the front row next to them, and I directed the interpreter to move to the back of the courtroom and to wear an earpiece. And then the last bench conference was to determine if we were going to call one more witness or two more witnesses before we adjourned for the day. Ms. Drake, does that jive with your recollection and notes as to all our bench conferences today?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there might have been one more, and I'm not sure if we all approached or if it was just me and Mr. Delfont about a relative losing the hearing aid.
That's true. Yep. And I don't know, yes, you requested if, I believe, the defendant's grandmother had lost her hearing aid and wanted to move.
Yes, ma'am.
And I said she could move to the second row.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't, and all four attorneys did not approach, just you and Mr. Delfont on that.
Yes, I believe so.
And the petitioner also approached.
Oh, that's right. Yes, she did. Mr. Thomas did not. Do you also concur that those are the all 8, if we include the last one about the grandmother, about Mr. Bryant's grandmother, that would have been 8 for today?
Judge, all of that seems accurate.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. We are adjourned for the evening, and we will start at 9. Well, hold on. Let me just see if there are any matters. Are there any matters that we anticipate?
No, ma'am.
Because if we anticipate some matters for tomorrow morning, but I'll come early. I've told the jury I want to start at 9. Does the state anticipate anything that needs to be heard outside the jury tomorrow?
Oh, Judge, I have nothing to heard outside their presence.
Okay. Does the defendant have anything that they anticipate they might need to hear outside of the jury tomorrow?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Does the defense have anything that you might need to have heard outside the presence of the jury tomorrow?
No.
Okay. All right. We're going to start at 9 and hopefully bring the jury in at 9.
Your Honor, may I?
Certainly. You can keep it. I mean, y'all can keep it. I mean, you
Procedural.